Yes, House resumes and debate continue, but an honorable member brought to my attention that in the speed we are moving, he did not get an opportunity when we were in the committee at the whole house session to just point out some small items, little spacing of, But as I've said before, when we are in the committee stage, it's really the chairman, and therefore we can have an interactive session. We can slow down the pace. It's just that, like traditionally people always moving with speed, but in the committee stage we could like slow down and give everybody an opportunity, so. But I think all in all, it went well. So that I'm going to slow down the pace. I'm going to move into more a middle distance pace rather than a sprint. so, so house resumes and debate continue. So we're going to move to the next bill. I think I was moving quickly, Honorable Laville. Let's move now.
Thank you very much. I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Medical Profession Act 2026.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and second. The bill, no. Yeah. So we really need to slow down today. Let's go, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members of this honorable House, I rise today to present for debate and passage the Medical Profession Bill 2026, a critical and historic reform that strengthens the legal, professional, and institutional foundation of healthcare delivery in the Commonwealth of Dominica. This bill represents more than legislative modernization. It represents the natural and necessary next steps that are required. Mr. Speaker, as a small island developing state, Dominica faces unique and undeniable challenges. We operate within limited human resource constraints, limited financial capacity, and constant vulnerability to external shocks, whether natural disasters, pandemics, or global economic pressures. We cannot afford inefficiency. We cannot afford weak regulation. And we certainly cannot afford to lose public trust in our health system. At the same time, we must compete in a global marketplace for healthcare workers. Today, healthcare professionals are in unprecedented demand worldwide. This global competition places immense pressure on our ability to retain and attract qualified medical professionals. Therefore, our response must be strategic. We are therefore actively building a system that is professional, modern, credible, and aligned with international standards. This bill does exactly that. Mr. Speaker, over the past several years, this government has made unprecedented investments in healthcare infrastructure, human resources, and institutional strengthening. The commissioning of the Dominica-China Friendship Hospital stands as one of the most visible symbols of that transformation. This modern-day national hospital has dramatically elevated the standard of care available to the people of Dominica, providing multiple specialized surgical theaters, advanced diagnostic capabilities, improved inpatient and outpatient services, and enhanced capacity to deliver specialized care. This facility has strengthened our ability to deliver care at a level previously unavailable in our country. But, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure alone isn't enough. A modern hospital requires a modern legal and regulatory framework. That is why this bill is so essential Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable that while we now operate one of the most advanced hospitals in the Eastern Caribbean, the law regulating medical professionals remains rooted in 1938. This medical professional bill ensures that our regulatory framework now matches the sophistication of our healthcare infrastructure. It ensures that the professionals working in our modern facilities are regulated by modern, transparent, and internationally aligned standards. Mr. Speaker, we must also confront a difficult global reality. Small island developing states like Dominica face intense competition from larger countries actively recruiting our doctors, specialists, and our nurses. We cannot compete on size, but we can compete on professionalism. We can compete on standards. We can compete on vision. This bill strengthens Dominica's ability to recruit, retain, and support highly qualified medical professionals by providing clear professional pathways, transparent regulatory systems, professional protections, and internationally recognized standards. This makes Dominica certainly a more attractive place to practice medicine. Mr. Speaker, medicine evolves rapidly. New diseases emerge. New treatments are also developed. New standards are being established. This bill introduces mandatory continuing medical education as a requirement for maintaining licensure. This ensures that healthcare professionals remain current, competent, and capable of delivering the highest quality care. This is not meant to be a punitive measure at all. It is a protective measure for patients and professionals alike. It also enhances Dominica's credibility internationally, making our medical professionals competitive and respected globally. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is also a workforce strategy. Healthcare professionals seek environments where their qualifications are respected, their professional standards are upheld, and their careers can grow. This bill provides that environment. It strengthens Dominica's ability to attract new professionals, retain existing talent, and support career advancement and specialization. In doing so, we strengthen our national health security, because without our healthcare workers, there is no healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes the Dominica Medical Council, a modern, independent regulatory body responsible for overseeing registration, licensing, professional standards, and disciplinary processes. This council will replace the existing medical board with one that reflects modern healthcare realities. The council will ensure proper licensing of practitioners, oversight of professional conduct, clear disciplinary mechanisms and regulation, and maintenance of high standards across the profession. Importantly, the council will include defined governance, including a registrar, an auditor, and standing committees dedicated to education, training, and disciplinary oversight. This ensures institutional strength, integrity, and independence. This protects patients, it protects professionals, and it protects the integrity of our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, this bill introduces critical measures to strengthen the legal and professional protection afforded to medical practitioners in the Commonwealth of Dominica. For the first time, the legislation establishes clear provisions requiring medical malpractice insurance coverage, ensuring that practitioners are appropriately covered and protected in the lawful execution of their duties, while also ensuring that structured mechanisms exist to address adverse outcomes wherever necessary. This reform provides clarity within the professional environment. It reduces uncertainty, and it creates a framework of protection that allows healthcare professionals to perform their duties with confidence and security. This is particularly important in the context of global competition for healthcare workers. Medical professionals must have assurance that they're practicing within a modern, fair, and legally protected system. Mr. Speaker, equally important, the bill introduces robust measures to strengthen patient protection and ensure greater accountability within the medical profession. For the first time, the legislation provides for clearly defined specialist registration, ensuring that only properly qualified individuals may represent themselves as specialists. Formal complaints, investigation, and disciplinary procedures, ensuring that concerns raised by patients and or institutions are addressed transparently and fairly. Enforceable standards of professional conduct, reinforcing the obligation of practitioners to uphold the highest ethical and clinical standards. These provisions place patient safety at the center of our healthcare system. The people of Dominica must have absolute confidence that the healthcare system operates in their best interests, and this bill ensures that confidence is both earned and also protected. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about securing the future. It ensures that our healthcare system can withstand global pressure. It ensures that our citizens continue to receive safe and high-quality care. And it ensures that Dominica remains a leader among small island developing states in building a modern, resilient, and sustainable healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, the medical profession bill reflects responsible leadership. It reflects strategic investments, and it reflects this government's unwavering commitment to protecting the health and well-being of the good people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. This government has not only invested millions in infrastructure, we have invested in people. We have supported training and specialization for clinicians, recruitment of new healthcare professionals, expansion of various services at community health facilities, and strengthening of primary healthcare systems all across Dominica. And today, through this legislation, Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening the regulatory foundation that will sustain healthcare excellence for generations to come. I therefore commend this bill to the Honorable House and respectfully urge all honorable members to support its passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The bill is before the House for debate.
To give my 100% support to this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we read this bill, we ask ourselves, where are we now and where we would then? We in this government has always been a health government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has come to this House on many, many occasions to bring bills strengthening our health care in Dominica, Mr. Speaker, and this one is no exception. Mr. Speaker, if we are to measure where we are now, we must compare where we were then, Mr. Speaker, in anything, Mr. Speaker. And when this government came into office, Mr. Speaker, this government inherited a health system that was, we could say, geriatric, Mr. Speaker. And they took it on themselves to build back the health system, to modernize the health system, to fix what was broken, and to put new things in place, Mr. Speaker. And the government started by doing infrastructural works, Mr. Speaker, putting infrastructure in place. And this was a very strategic thing, Mr. Speaker, because the health centers, the hospital, as my minister said, and by the way, let me commend my minister on a good presentation. Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure then was not up to par with what was needed in healthcare in this modern world, Mr. Speaker. And this government, as you know, went along and built a new hospital, several new health centers, smarted some health centers that were already built. They started the Lapid Health Center, the Portsmouth Health Center, and as you can see, we are now starting the Castlebus and Wesley Health Centers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the hospital then was built in the 50s, and some people thought that it was not going to happen to build that hospital, Dominica China Friendship Hospital, on an existing compound. But as you can see, Mr. Speaker, this hospital was built with all the modern facilities, Mr. Speaker. Things that we thought that would never see in Dominica, things that were being done overseas, procedures, Mr. Speaker, that was being done overseas, and we had to travel to Antigua, to Barbados, to Martinique, to have our health taken care of. It is now there at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as if that was not enough, because this government always consider things and takes things into consideration as the world is changing, Mr. Speaker. And we realized that there would have been a need for better trained doctors, Mr. Speaker, and more. What did the government do? The government went along and trained new doctors, Mr. Speaker. Several new doctors were trained in Cuba, in Venezuela, in China, in the Caribbean, UBI, and you could name it, Mr. Speaker. And because the government realized the foresight that they would have needed new and better doctors to do the work. Not only doctors, Mr. Speaker, nurses were trained, pharmacists were trained, lab technicians were trained, environmental health officers were trained, because health is a holistic thing, Mr. Speaker. And specialists, Mr. Speaker, when 20 years ago, the word specialist might have sounded like a foreign word in Dominica, because there were only a few specialists, Mr. Speaker. But now, as you can see at the hospital, the specialists galore at the hospital. They have ophthalmologists, you have gynecologists, you have orthopedists, you have neurologists, and just name all the urges, you can find them at the places like at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. Because the government realized that to get good treatment, you would have need specialized people. And it was a strategic move to send our doctors to specialize in various fields and to get our people treated in Dominica, saving them money, saving them time, of course, improving their health, and ultimately saving their lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is also part of rebuilding, restructuring, reorganizing, whatever you call it, the health system in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Because the government also realized that with good infrastructure, better trained health professionals, you would need to have good regulation in place. So this is replacing the Dominica Medical Board with a council, Mr. Speaker. And this council is well structured, Mr. Speaker. There is a registrar, there is a legal person, and there are many people on that board to make the system work, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, you cannot be operating with professionals that are not regulated. There must be regulation, Mr. Speaker. And the council is an 8-part legislation, Mr. Speaker, bill. And the first, I saw part 1 there is dealing with the licensing and registration of healthcare professionals, medical professionals, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it is very simple. We know that to operate, you have to be trained, you have to be licensed, you have to be regulated, and you have to find yourself in a narrow, straight way, Mr. Speaker, to be able to be practicing in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And the part 2, Mr. Speaker, there are several parts, part 2 and part 3, part 4. Some of them are dealing with discipline, Mr. Speaker. In medical practice or any other practice, Mr. Speaker, there must be regulations to discipline people or to regulate people or to guide them, Mr. Speaker, as to what they do, Mr. Speaker. And this bill will be taking care of also of that, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, the government has put in place everything that is needed to make our people healthier, Mr. Speaker. And we encourage people, Mr. Speaker, to take care of their health, Mr. Speaker. We have our hospitals, it's true, we have our healthcare professionals well trained, we have our specialists well trained, Mr. Speaker, but it's up to the people to do the correct things, live healthy lives, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, NCDs are on the rampage worldwide. Dominica is no exception, Mr. Speaker. And it is what we call a habitual diseases, Mr. Speaker. Diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. So we're encouraging people that now that the infrastructure is in place, we have the professionals in place, we have regulations in place to take care of themselves, Mr. Speaker. The people of Dominica know that there are healthcare professionals available and facilities available. It is affordable. It is available in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And NCDs are taking a toll, Mr. Speaker. And we are telling the people that in the villages, you don't have to wait until you feel sick or you find yourself having pain to go to the health and wellness centers. We call them health and wellness for a reason. You don't have to be sick or feeling sick to go there. Routine checks, Mr. Speaker, can prevent you from going into a stroke or getting yourself hospitalized. So this government, Mr. Speaker, will continue to work for the people in healthcare and other areas. And I have absolutely no choice, except one choice for that matter, than to support this bill and congratulate the people.
Yes, I recognize Dr. Williams. She stood up earlier. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my support to the medical profession bill, not only in my capacity as the minister responsible for social services, but also drawing from my profession, my professional experience as a medical officer, and more particularly as a specialist in the field of pediatrics. For a few years, I have had the privilege of caring for the nation's children, infants, adolescents, and I've worked closely with families navigating some of the most vulnerable moments of their lives. Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed firsthand the profound trust that parents and patients place in the medical profession. I have also seen firsthand how fragile that trust can become when systems of regulation are weak, outdated, or even unclear. It is from that perspective that I view this bill, this medical profession bill, not merely as administrative reform, but as a necessary strengthening of the safeguards that protect patients, particularly those who cannot advocate for themselves. Mr. Speaker, children, the elderly, the persons living with disabilities interact with our health system, we can say more often or more frequently than most. They often require ongoing monitoring, specialist intervention, and complex care plans. In pediatric practice, for example, children cannot articulate their symptoms clearly. They depend on the competence, training, vigilance, and ethical integrity of the physician. Likewise, elderly patients, and particularly those in residential homes, may suffer from cognitive decline or multiple chronic illnesses. Persons with disabilities require tailored multidisciplinary medical support. And in all these circumstances, the regulatory framework governing medical practice must be robust, modern, and responsive. The bill addresses long-standing deficiencies in the current legal framework. It establishes a Dominica Medical Council with broader authority and oversight functions. It strengthens the requirements for registration and licensing, introduces structured renewal periods, and places strong emphasis on continuing medical education. Mr. Speaker, we know that medicine is not static. Science is evolving, treatments advance, and protocols change. A practitioner who does not engage in continuous professional development will fall behind. And when care involves children, the elderly, or medically complex individuals, that gap can have very serious implications and consequences. By requiring evidence of continued medical development, medical education, professional development, and license renewal, this bill ensures that medical professionals remain current, they remain competent, and accountable. Government has done its part, and we heard from Honorable Kent Edwards. The government has done its part and will continue to do so. We have built a modernized hospital, we've expanded services, and never in the history of Dominica have we had such a widened pool of medical officers and specialist staff. We have created opportunities for long-term career development and many other interventions. As a pediatric specialist, I can say with certainty that specialization requires defined standards. The bill clarifies specialist registration and ensures that those who hold themselves out as specialists are properly qualified and recognized as such. This protects families seeking specialized care and prevents misinterpretation or misrepresentation that could mislead vulnerable patients. Mr. Speaker, another critical advancement in the establishment is the establishment of clear complaints and disciplinary procedures. Vulnerable patients and their families must have confidence that if standards are breached, there is a transparent, fair, and enforceable mechanism for review and corrective action where it is needed. In my years of medical service, I have seen how essential accountability is. And I really hope that my medical colleagues will not see this as punishment. It is not professional punishment, but rather I hope that they see this as the preservation of integrity, the integrity of this noble profession that will protect patients from harm. The requirement for malpractice insurance is also significant. It strengthens patient protection and ensures that where negligence occurs, there are mechanisms in place to provide redress. This is particularly important for families whose children may suffer long-term consequences due to medical errors. Mr. Speaker, the bill is not anti-profession. It is pro-patient, it is pro-quality. It strengthens the medical profession by enhancing credibility, integrity, and importantly, public trust. It ensures that the child in state care receives competent pediatric oversight. It ensures the elderly resident in a care facility receives appropriate medical supervision. It ensures that the person living with a disability receives ethical and properly regulated care. It ensures that vulnerable populations are treated by professionals who are qualified, continuously trained, and accountable under law. I am of the fair belief that strong regulation does not weaken medicine. Rather, it strengthens it. It protects both the patient and the practitioner. It ensures clarity of standards, professional discipline, and public confidence. Mr. Speaker, this legislation represents responsible modernization. It brings our regulatory framework into alignment with contemporary standards of professional governance and protection for the patient. I therefore commend and support its commendation, the Medical Profession Bill, to this Honorable House.
Just take your seat, please. Yeah. Just a reminder that we in March on February now. February, so January pass. You understand? So let's be guided. I allow the minister to proceed, but just be reminded we are in February now, and remember what we said about January. So I taking this matter very seriously. Is either we change the rules, or we don't really need a speaker. Let's go according to the rules. So let's proceed, but we know what we're talking about. January started and passed. So let's proceed. Yes, Senator, you may proceed. You are recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on the bill shortly entitled Medical Profession Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of what is going on. However, I would like to request permission to refer to my notes from time to time.
So, and remember, as we said, January, so refer to notes mean refer to notes. I'm not in this breaking and breaching the rules. Let us, so try your best. I will have a little leeway there because you may be prepared to like really read, but I really don't want people to read because that's not the rule. So refer to the notes. Yeah?
Thank you.
So what to do, let me tell you. When you deliver it, pause, watch your notes, step back, come back, but not to read. This have to stop. So let us move on. It's not necessarily to you, but I'm just saying to the entire house. But I'm just guiding you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I commence, I would like to take a brief moment to comment on this year's carnival season. Now, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Henderson said most of what I already prepared in regards to that. However, I will still continue and add my 2 cents. Honorable Henderson beat me to it, but it's okay, great minds think alike. So, Mr. Speaker, persons from all over the world, and I say all over the world, not particularly local or regional, but all over the world, commented on the success and festive carnival celebration that the Commonwealth of Dominica had to put together this year, 2026. And because of that, as a carnival enthusiast myself, I must commend the Discover Dominica Authority, the Dominica Festivals Committee, and the Ministry of Tourism for putting in such a grand celebration this year. I would also like to applaud the Ministry of National Security from the remarks that I've been hearing, not only through my ears, but also on TikTok, because I do be on the social media platforms. There was a lot of police presence and any other form of security that may have been backstage or any form of that. So I would like to applaud the persons who were on the ground and really ensured that Dominica had a safe carnival. I believe that we can really grow in that so that when people think of Dominica, they think of not only the land of Buyo, but the safest island to experience carnival. Mr. Speaker, also, there has been some controversy surrounding our genre, Buyo, and I must say that I am an advocate for respect of everyone's cultural and national differences. I believe that our differences make us a unified Caribbean.
But remember, I thought you were going to make a short comment.
Yes, I'm almost done, Mr. Speaker.
But hold on, remember the bill there is in medical. Yeah, but I recognize, and I hope the entire house recognize something. She's actually talking in an area of passion, and no reading is taking place. So I'll allow you to.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, that's okay. I'm wrapping up. That's fine. Yes. So again, as I was saying, I advocate for respect for everyone's cultural contributions and differences as it relates to not only music, but any other tradition. Now, I will go into the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the importance of this bill in ensuring that medical professionals in Dominica are properly trained, licensed, and accountable, which is crucial for safety and confidence of our citizens as it relates to the medical system. I also believe in the importance of a council. Of course, councils are not only found in the medical field, it can be found in various areas of life. Councils ensure structure and that rules and regulations are met as to allow the flow of principles and direction in any establishment. Councils set standards and rules. They protect the public, and by protect the public, when we have an established council and persons doing what they're supposed to do, this emphasizes public trust. So that's very important. Oversight and accountability, transparency, these are things that we hear a lot. We need these types of things if we are to thrive in any economy, not just when it comes to medical fields, but in any other area of life. Professional development, of course, with the initiatives and procedures that are provided, medical practitioners, whether they are surgeons, doctors, dentists, they get these initiatives and they improve themselves as persons who are there to benefit the public and ensure that the citizens have a safe medical environment. Advisory role. I believe that this council can also, this council should also help with the government and other legislative bodies in creating policies and advising in policies and supporting policies or even critiquing as it relates to the medical field and environment on our island. So that in itself is extremely significant. And there was a word that I heard being mentioned, modernized. Now, of course, we are in the contemporary society, a more digitalized society as well. So, of course, things that worked back then would not necessarily work right now. Although we are a nation, we appreciate everyone's ideas, whether they came from that generation to the next. But I think having a more outdated idea would be better for the collective as it relates to us now in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this time to bring to the attention of this honorable House a report made from a citizen from my constituency. He goes by the name of Darren Lewis. He is very passionate about the medical system in Dominica, and he has identified a few things that he would like to mention as it relates to the improvement and development of the medical system on our island. I will briefly summarize his key points. Briefly, Mr. Speaker. The report identifies critical vulnerabilities that increase the risk of fatalities and injuries, including speeding, narrow roads, sharp curves, poor lighting, and signage. It also notes significant constraints in emergency response, including limited trauma care capacity and slower response time in rural communities, which place additional demands on our medical professionals, the same medical professionals that we have created this council for, so that they may follow the rules and regulations to ensure that Dominica has an effective medical system. Among the recommendations, the report calls for measures such as enacting legislation such as helmet use and speed limits, expanding public education campaigns even more, and improving pre-hospital trauma response training for police and first responders. Mr. Speaker, I must say that Mr. Darren Lewis is not saying that the government does not have any initiatives already in place to safeguard our citizens or any initiatives in terms of road safety. That is not what he's saying. He's just a concerned citizen who has a lot of ideas. This can be found on his social media platforms. It has also been shared with various persons in relevant authority. And I just found it to be something dear to me. A citizen is concerned, he's engaging, he's active. I thought it would be very professional and morally right to bring it forth to this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, back to the bill. This bill presents an important framework for regulating medical professionals and safeguarding the health of our citizens. And I believe that it will strengthen the medical environment here in Dominica, because that's what we want. We don't want to create a stigma where people do not trust the medical system, or they're afraid to go to the hospital or any other practitioner. Of course, some practitioners, they practice unethical codes. They're not as qualified as they may have presented themselves to us. So I believe this is really a body and procedure that will ensure that our medical system not only thrives now, but for our future generations to come. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the thoughtful recommendations from concerned citizens such as Mr. Darren Lewis remind us that there is always room for improvement, and particularly in areas such as emergency response, preventative measures, and public safety. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to say that with this bill, we can ensure that our medical system is not only regulated, but also responsive, effective, and truly serving the needs of every Dominican, regardless of background, gender, political affiliation, etc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So it can be done. Yes, it can be done. So good, Senator. Let's proceed, Honorable Blackmore.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me too, I rise to make my very short contribution to this very historic bill before this Honorable House. But, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to, just as Senator for young Senator Vidal did, to beg of you your authority and permission just to briefly say something about our just concluded most epic carnival celebration. And to say that I realize, Mr. Speaker, that the Senator has found herself in a dilemma, in the sense that she may want it still to be in the carnival mood. So, as we grow, the expectation, therefore, is to how do we even bring Monday night to midnight instead of 11 o'clock, and so that Dominica can be the center for carnival celebration, not only in the Caribbean, but in the world. Just to, Mr. Speaker, say to her, she made reference to the whole issue of emergency response. I want to speak to that briefly. To say to you, Mr. Speaker, I recognize and I take into account my intervention in that regard. But to say to you, we must not underestimate the level of competence and expertise we have within the Dominica Fire and Ambulance Services. And I want to place on record my commendation for the men and women within the service I just referenced. Mr. Speaker, for the past 3 years, your government has been placing emphasis on ensuring that the fire and ambulance services officers are trained in trauma and resuscitation, to the extent to which we have instructors within the fire and ambulance services, Mr. Speaker. That I want to commend them for. To say further, Mr. Speaker, we have someone who has gained entry into the university to pursue a program in paramedics. And we will be, as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, in this first quarter, joining alliances with universities to ensure that the officers go beyond just trauma and resuscitation, but paramedics, Mr. Speaker. And to say to the public that we have received, Mr. Speaker, 2 fire trucks. They came on island, Mr. Speaker, a few days ago. Thank you to the Minister of Finance, and I'll leave it there, Mr. Speaker. And those trucks are equipped with what we call the jaws of life. And that is, Mr. Speaker, is being used to extricate people who are actually get themselves in a very unfortunate situation, and then you may have an accident where you're trapped, and then what the trucks brings with them, sorry, Mr. Speaker, is that the jaws of life are attached to the truck itself. And I think that's important. So they're on island right now, and as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have an additional truck that is being manufactured, and I've been so informed that the truck, the completion date for the manufacturing process is in April of this year. It's costing the state $1.5 million for that truck, Mr. Speaker. I will continue to do that in the name of ensuring that our people are protected and kept safe. Mr. Speaker, to say further, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for Health. This bill is historic, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that, but this Labour Party administration is not about celebrating history. The Labour Party administration is about knowing the assignment, Mr. Speaker. And the assignment, Mr. Speaker, is to take care of our people, Mr. Speaker. And this bill, this medical professionals bill, Mr. Speaker, actually places, Mr. Speaker, the patients at the frontier of our health system, Mr. Speaker. And we have been hearing, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about quality care. Talking about, patient care, Mr. Speaker. This bill before you is not about the construction of a $60 million hospital, but it's equally important, Mr. Speaker, because it's one thing to have the facilities and the equipment, but if you don't have the legal framework, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that standards are kept and adhered to, and people are held, who can be held responsible and accountable, the buildings are of no real significance, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also take time out, Mr. Speaker, to commend the effort, because the medical professional bill, Mr. Speaker, is long outstanding. And there were a number of players, Mr. Speaker, who contributed immensely towards the finalization and the final product which is now before us. We had the former ministers of health. I see Dr. Darrow there, who was the Minister of Health. We had, of course, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General Office and the Ministerial Committee, which I chair, Mr. Speaker, spending long hours. We had Mr. Ray Harris, the best draft person in the region, going through all the bills, Mr. Speaker. We had Mr. Lennox Lawrence, who acted as Attorney General for a couple of months. I can recall during COVID-19, we were not able to meet in person. We were meeting virtually, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the bills were finalized, Mr. Speaker. So it's something that has been done, and I want to really place on record, Mr. Speaker. I see in our mix, Mr. Speaker, legal practitioners out there. And I want to also recognize a nurse. Around the same time, my sister, she's there. I'm the mother of the Cabinet Secretary. I'm so happy to see her. People who are passionate about patient care, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have been speaking about ensuring, Mr. Speaker, patient safety, Mr. Speaker, and the quality. And the quality of the health care that they get, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one thing I like about this bill is that it standardizes, Mr. Speaker, and it brings to the fore, the whole issue of transparency in the manner in which licenses are issued, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is something that is important. It has to be transparent, Mr. Speaker. And I think that in itself, Mr. Speaker, is central to that bill. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, I can recall, I was reminded by my neighbor that I'm getting old, but I'm still very sharp, maybe sharper than him. So I'm there, Mr. Speaker, long enough, and maybe, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you can recall, in the 80s, on the great, may I still rest in peace, Dame Eugenia Charles, you had somebody they called Dr. Tide. Can you recall that? And then people had mental issues. You was a psychiatrist, Mr. Speaker, so-called, Mr. Speaker. And these things happen when you don't have a proper legal framework and proper infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from what I was told based on my investigation, he was I don't lie, you know. I'll leave that there. But Mr. Speaker was a health inspector from what I was told. But somehow, he ended up being at the hospital as a psychiatrist, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just putting that in terms for people to understand how important these measures before this Honorable House. Okay? And then you had a number of people in those days, they used to have a movie of somebody called Steve Austin. Yeah? Bandit Man. I'm working slow, you know. You know what I'm saying? So you would have seen, Mr. Speaker, a number of people walking around the city of Roseau. When they were injected, they hand sold them, and working like a robot. You know? Because, Mr. Speaker, of the deficiency in the system, Mr. Speaker. That, Mr. Speaker, will mitigate against that. It will ensure that every practitioner, yes, Mr. Speaker, has the proficiency, the education, Mr. Speaker, and the expertise, Mr. Speaker, to operate within the health system in this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is how critical that is, Mr. Speaker. And I think we need to put that thing into perspective. And it's only a party with a vision, we understand the assignment, can build health centers, can build a state-of-the-art hospital in Marigot and in Roseau, and then come now to qualify the system as a graduate into the tertiary level, Mr. Speaker. They need to have a proper legal framework, Mr. Speaker, to provide the oversight. And the oversight, the issue about ethical oversight, Mr. Speaker, is important. I always speak about ethical oversight, Mr. Speaker. From a patient standpoint, the needs and the welfare of the patient are always brought to the fore. Fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, it prioritizes, therefore, the needs of the patient, Mr. Speaker. And I believe those are things we need to actually understand. So it's not just a bill with words, Mr. Speaker, but what is seek to do, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the people, the practitioners within the health system are indeed medical practitioners, Mr. Speaker. And that is something I think that needs to be underscored. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I want to speak about, Mr. Speaker, and is the risk factor. And how do we therefore mitigate against risk? And that can only be done, Mr. Speaker, again, that is contemplated in the bill that is before this Honorable House. You hear a lot about malpractice, medical malpractice, who's responsible. And I think when we talk about that, Mr. Speaker, and we have to take into consideration how do you do a proper audit, Mr. Speaker, as to whether certain procedures, Mr. Speaker, should be performed. Because we may find ourselves in a position, Mr. Speaker, where you may find, I'm going to give a practical example. I'm not going to call names. I've been around for a while. Okay? We know that I had a situation, I'm not going to call name, where something had to be done. And a decision was made to amputate. That person is a young person. The person said, I don't want my leg to be amputated. I sent my secretary then from my office in the constituency to the hospital. And the person spoke to me over the phone, and I spoke to the doctor. And then I went to the Prime Minister. And we moved the young person to Martinique. And today, fellas rushing the lady, you know. She's walking, and fellas rushing her. She have a leg, Mr. Speaker. Understand? You know a song about man a rush me? Understand? And fellas rushing the woman. No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. So were it not for that. So that bill we see there will ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that if a procedure has to be performed, a procedure has to be performed. It has to be absolutely certain that that procedure has to be performed or not. Because I know there are some people who say to me that they are scared to go to certain doctors because they like the court. Mr. Speaker. They like to operate. And I believe that when you're talking about patient care, money is the last thing. Money is the last thing. It's the welfare of the patient is paramount. And I wanted to just to be brief, Mr. Speaker, and just to say just a few words, Mr. Speaker, that we must never underestimate the extent and the force of this bill, Mr. Speaker. What it does to the healthcare system, what it does on behalf of the patients of this country, and if you're talking about the need for quality care and to hold everybody responsible and accountable, if you're talking about the need for transparency, Mr. Speaker, this bill provides all that, Mr. Speaker. With just a few words, Mr. Speaker, I again want to commend the minister and commend all the players who have been involved, and to salute all the practitioners who are there today. And you know, they can say what they want. When I talk, it's cool. Understand? But the best comes from the West Coast. And that's not about it. The first merchant was a Maho in Dominica. What's a Maho? Let's not kill ourselves. And now we have what used to be the principal nurse is now the chief. What? Masak Subudi. What do you think of it? It's right there. And we have Nurse Prevo from St. Joseph, the West Coast, and they can call much more, you know. But I know for them to get vexed already. I'm not saying more. And I see PS for Health is there? Okay. So everyone who has been involved, Mr. Speaker, well, you see, most pass for the West Coast to go where she's going. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this historic bill before His Honorable House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Blackman, you sounded so young there. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the minister said, we're from the West Coast. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the medical profession bill. I want to join my colleague before me in recognizing the work, the leadership and direction of the Minister of Health, the member for the Maho constituency, and of course the Ministry of Legal Affairs, including Minister Blackmore for his work. I remember, of course, we had the contribution of, at the time, Minister Dr. King, who was also active in that process, and I see former Minister of Health sitting in the gallery with his green tie. The luck of the Irish, because I remember that on several occasions he did promise he was going to give us a medical profession bill. And I know he must be very happy today as the acting CEO of the Dominica China Friendship Hospital to see this bill pass here today in the Parliament. Of course, we have some of our senior nurses and retired nurse, Prevo, who herself has given a lot of direction and dedication to the Ministry of Health, and especially in throughout Dominica. And this morning we spoke about CARICOM, free movement, and so I know she was in Barbados at some point, playing a very important role with the Seventh-day Adventist Church there. And we're happy to see that they're here today in support of not only this bill, but the one that will follow. I think it's the Nurses and Midwives bill that perhaps maybe brought them here. My good, I think she was my former student. This from, I think Minister Blackmore forget that one. She's from Layu, by the way, West Coast. Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, I think the bill before us is really something that is commendable, and taking our medical profession into the modern age, because I'm not sure, I heard a reference made to 1938. If that is what we had, or at least we fashioned our medical profession on that, it was really, really, really a great achievement today to replace this existing act with a modern, more reflective of our times bill that we're debating here today. One of the things that always catch my attention, and I always look out for that person, Minister of Health knows that, the same thing when they discuss the pharmacies bill, is the need for continued education. And in this case, medical education. Medicine, like law, and a lot of fields of profession, is really about practice. That's why you practice medicine, you practice law. You cannot claim to be a medical doctor if you're not practicing medicine. You have to practice it. That's why I call it a practice for good reason. And continued medical education is important. It's a way of helping as well for those who are not actively engaged to practice. But I see you even went further, but to require in some cases active practice before you can get certified or recertified. That is very important as well. In many jurisdictions, that is the requirement. That is the requirement in many jurisdictions, that you must be a continued practicing medical professional in order to maintain your license, in addition to doing continued medical education. So I really want to commend the Minister of Health on that provision. I think these provisions, as a matter of fact, it's not just one, but they contain in several areas, and having a special committee on education. That is very important as well. I think some of the challenges that we will have is really with some of the schedules that are placed, and they will grow, and I'm happy to see also the way the bill is structured, because it gives us an opportunity to include new things without necessarily coming to Parliament for debate. And I think that is also very, I think, as you say, it's the skills of Ray Harris, our distinguished parliamentary draftsman, that is reflected there. And I think that is commendable. So we will see continuous growth and improvements as we move along. And I'm also very encouraged to see that those many specialists, those who've been trained primarily through our friendship with the Republic of Cuba, they too will see their areas of specialization being reflected, and their licenses, of course, similarly being reflected. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, again, we can improve those systems and requirements, and to ensure that we create a robust team of medical professionals who can deliver quality care to our people. Because after all, the only reason we're doing this is because we want the best health outcome for all our people, to provide quality health, to ensure that there are systems of accountability, but before that, to ensure that everyone who practices medicine, in this case as a medical doctor, would have the prerequisites, the requirements, to ensure that we have a robust system of licensing, and also that those people who may submit their application have a system of review, of appeal, and to ensure that we can qualify the best people or suitable people for the practice of medicine in the Commonwealth of Dominica. I am also happy to see that we've made some improvements in ensuring that where there are bilateral relationships, like in the case of our existing relationship with Cuba, and of course with other countries, China as well, provide special services, assistance to us, technical assistance by way of medical practitioners, that we don't have to have a protracted process of licensing. And in the case of an emergency as well, it gives the flexibility to the minister and to ensure that we can immediately recognize the certification of bilateral partners, and especially with whom we have special relationships, so that it does not delay the entry of those doctors who have been provided to us through our diplomatic and other relationships, that we can easily move that process forward. So that is also very, very encouraging. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank the Republic of Cuba for over 30 years of support to the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica through the provision of medical workers. We know, and it's no secret, that this relationship has been created out of solidarity, and that is to say, Cuba providing support to countries throughout the world. And Dominica happened to occupy a very special place in the Republic of Cuba. And we have been provided with medical doctors. To date, there are 65, is it? I may be off by 1 or 2. But we have medical professionals, doctors, there are physicians, there are specialists, there are nurses, and other technicians providing support to us through that program, and we have to express our continued support. So in addition to Cuba providing training for Dominicans, and to date, I think the number is like 150 Dominicans have graduated from medical schools in Cuba, and we are also being provided with support, and we have to thank them. We have to remember that it was Cuba that allowed us to open our first intensive care unit. You remember that, Dr. Darrow? And that intensive care unit and diagnostic center in Portsmouth as well, remember that we were able to get the specialists, both nurses and doctors, who were required to operate those services. And we will always be grateful to the Republic of Cuba. They have been true friends and through thick and thin. Even when they have their own internal challenges in terms of resources, they never hesitated to provide us with support. And now that they're going through a special difficulty as they did a few decades ago, we stand in solidarity with them. We recognize that we have to make some changes to the program, the medical workers program, and we're grateful that even the government of Cuba has gracefully agreed to work with us as we seek to meet new requirements for the Cuban health workers. And I will not say more about that. I will just leave it as that. As they say, word to the wise is sufficient. But in this case, I'm speaking to those who know. So those who know, know. But we are making changes to that program, and it will be revealed at the appropriate time. But we're working with all our partners to ensure the best outcome for Dominicans, because we must ensure that we always have health care services for our Dominican people. And that is what is driving the work that we do. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, again, commend the Minister of Health. And, of course, we have to always remember to express our gratitude to our friends, the People's Republic of China, for the great contribution. I remember, and I don't know Aziz, I can call his name, I mean, even though he can't participate in the debate, but I remember the Minister of Health at the time, you know, when we were building that hospital, and he was always nervous that we couldn't build a hospital on a hospital, and people thought that it could not be done. But today we have a modern, you know, state-of-the-art facility. We always maintain that there were two aspects to that project. One, the physical infrastructure with the necessary equipment and instruments, but also the human resource to drive that. And gradually we're making adjustments and changes as was reflected in the, perhaps I shouldn't mention it because it's maybe still under negotiations, but the terms and conditions of engagement of the medical workers at the Dominico-China Friendship Hospital and throughout the wider Ministry of Health, as that is being discussed and negotiated, it's again in an effort to have more quality services provided and to ensure that those involved will receive remuneration that will encourage them to remain here and to provide their services for the benefit of all of us. So I'm very happy that this process is going. We saw it with the nurses. We're now negotiating with the doctors, and I'm hoping that we will all come to an agreement that we can live with. Because at the end of the day, both sides must be satisfied. The government must have the ability to pay, and those doctors, and especially, will be satisfied with the compensation package that they will receive. So it's important to recognize that. Mr. Speaker, very often we hear of the negative, and you know, I've always maintained there are challenges. There are challenges, and we have to deal with them resolve the problems, and ensure that our people can always get the best outcomes, the best health care possible. But there are glimmers of hope. There are sparks that, there are some great things that sometimes I don't hear about. I don't know, maybe I'm not listening to things, I'm not tuning like the young people on TikTok and thing. I don't even have that on my phone. Nah? So I maybe don't know, but I understood, Minister, that recently there was the first spinal surgery done in Dominica. I shivered when I heard that. How many of you heard that before? I mean, this is great stuff. This is great stuff. We had our first neurologist engaged at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, the Ministry of Health, for a while, and a lot of people maybe didn't even know that. And I know that we're able to provide services. I have some constituents. I have one gentleman in particular, his life was saved because of a visit that he made to that neurologist. And now we have a new one, and who has actually done the first spinal surgery in Dominica. I mean, this is big stuff. We had brain surgery done in Dominica, and people don't talk about that. I remember my very good friend, deceased, Glovelo Tuse. At his age, he was 80-something, or boy, Glovelo seemed to, he was around forever, maybe older than that. But he had brain surgery, and he stayed around for a while after that. You know? And there are some great things that we've been able to do in the Ministry of Health at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital that sometimes people don't talk about. I mean, hip replacement. There are people walking around Dominica who have had hip replacement in Dominica right here at the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. I mean, knee replacement, that's nothing now. But we have hip replacement and people walking around. So I don't know, Doc, you might have to employ me to do some promotion for you, and I like to talk about those things. I find that exciting because these are things that we had to go somewhere overseas to do, and you know, it's very costly, plus the dislocation from your family. I mean, this, you know, the whole idea that you can actually have those procedures here in Dominica, it helps with the recovery process. Because you have your friends and relatives around, somebody pass and see you, you know, they come and talk one, two, sort, make you laugh, you know. A little thing, you know, it helps in the recovery process. Then if you have to go somewhere, you don't know people, maybe one person alone travel with you, yourself tired to see them, you remember like COVID, you're tired to see them, then people just in your face. So it helps in the process. It helps in the process. So I think we need to highlight those things and to continue and expand as much as possible to ensure that certain services we will provide here. I know Australia will be happy because less calls. They check. You know, it is something that we are working towards, and I'm very happy to see the progress that's being made, Minister. And we have to continue in that spirit to ensure that we give our people the best opportunities, the best health outcomes, so that, of course, we can continue to enjoy our lives here on the Nature Island. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, you may proceed. You can wind up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to conclude the debate. Let me begin by thanking profoundly my colleagues here in this chamber for their extensive and substantive contributions to this bill that has been tabled. I thank you all for the historical context and perspectives as well. The clarity, the ability to elucidate in some areas and give deeper perspectives to the public on matters pertinent to this bill. And I thank you all sincerely for doing that. This debate clearly shows the interest and participation from all the members on this very important topic. And for that reason, I wish in a special way to thank my cabinet colleagues for their tremendous participation over the past months in finalizing this bill. I recall trying to table this in November, and we having extensive debates about critical areas as it relates to ministerial powers and the appeals process and so on. And my colleagues, providing feedback and perspectives that we closely considered and made the necessary changes. And there's certainly value in that type of discussion at the cabinet level, and the public stands to benefit profoundly for that type of intervention and interactions from my colleagues. I want to thank in a special way the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Honorable Blackmore, for being chairman of the committee responsible for drafting and legal review. Thank you, Mr. Blackmore and your team, Honorable Blackmore and your team, for the constructive work that you have done and you have led over a long period to have this here tabled before us today. I thank you sincerely. I thank the Office of the Attorney General as well, and all the officers who have worked or contributed in some way. Chief Parliamentary Counsel as well, and her team for their contributions. We appreciate their value. Of course, even past Attorney Generals who may have been part of this, whether temporary, for example, Lennox Lawrence, and also two drafters like Ray Harris. I thank him sincerely for his profound contributions. Many people have worked on this document, and while I'm the one presenting, I certainly can't stand here and take all or even most of the credit. I may have been the champion pushing it forward and driving it and so on, knowing and understanding the value to the public, but many people have worked on that. From the Ministry of Health standpoint, the Permanent Secretary present, Dr. Paul, and past Permanent Secretaries who have been actively working on this and who've put in a lot of work. I thank them sincerely. Past Ministers of Health as well, Dr. Mark, Dr. Daru, who is here, and I'm grateful that, that these two ministers, past Ministers of Health are still part of the system in a way in which they can recognize and be part of the implementation of this so it can benefit the people. This is for all of us, but most importantly for the people of Dominica. Certainly grateful for your value. I am deeply appreciative of the CMOs who have been part of this process. We have Dr. Saint-Hilaire, who's here in the gallery with us, who's worked on this, Dr. Laura Esprit, and even past Dr. Johnson as well, who's worked on that. I'm not sure if it precedes him, but certainly anyone who has contributed, and we're certainly grateful for all of them. And also the existing medical board where Dr. Deschaussé, has been leading for some time, and even before him, Dr. Shillingford and other chairs. I thank them sincerely. This really took a lot. I mean, having legislative reform dating back to 1938 to now, you can imagine the body of work that is required. It is in fact a lot, and not only that, it has to consider present day realities, but it also has to be forward looking to incorporate the necessary agility to respond to any changes that are occurring in medicine and governance of that sector. So I am deeply grateful. Our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, is very complex. It is very large. On any single day, there are at least over 1,000 people at our national hospital on any given day. And I speak to at least 600 staff and over 100 patients and visitors every day, easily over 1,000 every day. It's a very complex system, one that is evolving, one that is emerging daily. And we must stop and pause and recognize the tremendous changes that's occurred in our healthcare delivery in Dominica, from what was once the simple, humble Princess Margaret Hospital to this modern day care facility that we have with many specialized surgeries being done, as Dr. Henderson would have alluded to. That is the type of transformation. We have seen it not only in terms of the infrastructure, but in terms of the equipment that we have, where we had clinicians operating more or less in the dark before. With now having 6 imaging modalities. So we moved on from x-rays only in the past, Mr. Speaker, to having so many different modalities for imaging. This is the type of transformation. Not only that, from having just one operating theater to having numerous operating theaters, where just last year, actually, we commissioned a dedicated operating theater just for accident and emergency department. That is the type of transformation and evolution that is happening in the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Social Services. We have dedicated a lot in terms of support for our people, clinicians, so healthcare workers, in terms of human resource development, capacity development, training, increasing salaries by 6 to 13%, having new nursing structures, one that allows for better upward mobility for our nurses. This is the type of investment, appointing in the last 2 years more than 100 nurses, and also creating a path for doctors where they're realizing improved remuneration that is certainly much more competitive, creating 26 positions, where doctors will be appointed. These are the changes that's been occurring. So for us, it's multi-pronged, multifaceted approach in terms of the way we're treating with health and health governance. And for that reason, this bill here is the underpinning, the marriage of all of this to have this universal type approach in the way we address health. And I'm happy profoundly for the support offered by the Parliament and all who've supported on many levels. And Dominica from today is in a better place. Public health is in a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Medical Profession Act 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Medical Profession Act 2026.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resumes. House resumes. The question is that I do report the bill to the House with minor amendment. House resume, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Medical Profession Act 2026 passed the committee stage with minor amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Medical Profession Act 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Second.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Medical Profession Act 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Mr. James.
Medical Profession Act 2026.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Nurse and Midwives Act 2026.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, members of this honorable House, I rise again today to present for debate and passage Nurses and Midwives Act 20, Nurses and Midwives Bill 2026, legislation that represents one of the most important reforms in strengthening the healthcare system in the Commonwealth of Dominica. The bill recognizes a simple but powerful truth. Nurses and midwives are the backbone of our healthcare system. In Dominica, nursing professionals represent the single largest group of healthcare providers, comprising more than 300 dedicated individuals who serve our citizens daily across hospitals, health centers, and in the various communities. They are present at birth. They are there throughout our various illnesses. They are present in recovery, and they are present in our most vulnerable moments as a nation. It is therefore both necessary and just that the legal framework governing the profession reflects the importance, complexity, and modern reality of their work. The current law governing the nursing profession is outdated and no longer aligned with modern practice, workforce realities, or health system reforms. It was developed for a different era, before modern specialization, before advanced nursing practice, and before the complexity of today's healthcare system. This bill modernizes that framework. It creates a future-ready system that reflects contemporary standards, strengthens governance, and protects both patients and professionals. Mr. Speaker, may I add that no discussion of the nursing profession in Dominica would be complete without recognizing the extraordinary courage, sacrifice, and patriotism demonstrated by our nurses during our nation's most difficult moments. When Hurricane Maria struck in 2017, it devastated our infrastructure, destroyed many homes, and severely disrupted essential services across Dominica. In the immediate aftermath of that disaster, it was our nurses, our midwives, who stood on the front lines of national recovery. They reported to duty even when their homes had been damaged. They worked without electricity, without adequate supplies, and under extremely challenging conditions. They provided care to the injured, comfort to the vulnerable, and reassurance to a nation in absolute distress. They did not abandon their post, nor did they walk away because they were challenged. They upheld their oath to serve, and that they did with profound compassion. And they helped stabilize our country during one of the darkest periods in our history. Mr. Speaker, only a few years later, the world would face another unprecedented crisis in COVID-19. Once again, our nurses stood at the forefront of the national response. They conducted surveillance and contact tracing. They supported testing and vaccination programs. They cared for patients under conditions of uncertainty and personal risk. They did so with professionalism, with resilience, and unwavering commitment to the good people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Their service saved lives. Their dedication protected communities, and their courage strengthened our national response. Mr. Speaker, this bill is in many ways a recognition of their service. It ensures that the professionalism they upheld with such honor is governed by a modern, respectful, and supportive legal framework. It ensures that future generations of nurses and midwives will practice within a system that values their contribution and protects their personal integrity. This legislation is not only a regulatory reform, it is a statement of national respect, a statement of national gratitude, and a statement of national commitment to those who care for us in our most vulnerable moments. Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens the authority and function of the Nursing and Midwifery Council, providing it with a clear mandate to regulate the profession through modern licensing, credentialing, and oversight mechanisms. For the first time, the Council will have the legal authority to ensure proper regulation and licensure of nurses and midwives, oversee professional standards and fitness to practice, address complaints and disciplinary matters transparently, and protect the public interest through proper regulation. This reform corrects long-standing gaps that we've had in governance and ensures that the nursing profession operates within a clear and accountable legal framework. Mr. Speaker, at its core, this bill strengthens patient protection. It introduces modern accountability mechanisms, including clear processes to investigate complaints, enforce professional standards, and ensure ethical conduct. This enhances transparency, it strengthens public confidence, and it ensures that every citizen can trust the quality and professionalism of nursing care in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, this bill also recognizes the importance of professional development and career progression. For the first time, it establishes defined nursing and midwifery titles, competency-based career progression pathways, and recognition of advanced practice and specialized roles. This creates a structured career ladder for nurses and midwives, allowing them to grow professionally while continuing to serve the people of Dominica. This is essential not only for professional satisfaction, but also for retaining talent into our health system. Mr. Speaker, healthcare evolves rapidly. This bill introduces mandatory continuous professional development and licensure revalidation to ensure that nursing professionals maintain up-to-date knowledge and skills. This ensures that the care provided to our citizens reflect modern medical standards and best practices. It protects patients and it strengthens the quality of care. Mr. Speaker, this bill also strengthens workforce planning and national health system management. It improves data collection, monitoring, and reporting within the nursing service, enabling better planning, budgeting, and also decision-making. This is essential for ensuring that Dominica has the right number of nurses with the right skills in the right places, and this is essential for national health security. Mr. Speaker, we must also recognize the global reality. Healthcare workers are in high demand worldwide, and small island states like us face tremendous pressure and severe competition for our highly skilled nurses and midwives. This bill strengthens Dominica's ability to compete by providing professional recognition, career advancement opportunities, modern regulatory protection, and clear professional standards. It sends a powerful message to our nurses and midwives. Your profession is valued, your role is respected, and your future in Dominica is absolutely supported. Mr. Speaker, this bill forms part of the government's broader transformation of healthcare in Dominica. We have invested in modern healthcare infrastructure. We have strengthened our primary healthcare services. We have expanded training and recruitment. And today, through this legislation, we are strengthening the legal and professional foundation of nursing and midwifery practice. This completes a critical pillar of building a modern, resilient health system. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about investing in people. It is about strengthening this profession that cares for our citizens every single day. It's about protecting patients and people. It's about supporting healthcare workers. And it's about securing the future of healthcare in Dominica. This nursing and midwifery bill ensures that our regulatory framework matches professionalism, dedication, and importance of our nurses and the nursing service. I therefore commend this bill to this honorable House and respectfully urge our members to provide support. Thank you.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Henderson, you may proceed. You are recognized. I see you on a roll today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Nurses and Midwives Bill. It's been a long journey to today, not necessarily the preparation of this bill, but the fact that we have seen the regulations of the Medical Services Act of 1938 with amendments 1982, 1984, 1986, and 1990, at least those that I have access to. I'm not sure if there was anything published after the revised laws of Dominica of 1994. I'm not sure if, of 1990, sorry, if there are any amendments. But it clearly reflects that there has been a continuous upgrade, but not a wholesome transformation as we've seen before us today. And the fact that we are making special provisions for nurses and midwives is a very progressive step. I agree with the Minister that nurses are foundational to the healthcare system. In other words, it is the nurses that carry the burden of the healthcare system. We have to admit that. It is, and I must say that, you know, a medical doctor was very close to me, told me, well, you know, the fella that say I'm not a doctor, but I have a good friend that is one. So maybe I know a thing or two about, you know, about doctor. But I said, especially for the acting CMO, my favorite doctor. After my favorite doctor. But, you know, it is the one step that in Dominica is one of the few places that they have seen nurses do the kinds of things, perform the kinds of roles that they perform. You can almost run, you know, significant part of the healthcare services with just nurses. I'll be quite honest. And midwives, of course. We need midwives. Family nurse practitioners who used to come to our school, and I wouldn't tell you, Nurse Privo, what Kake say used to come and do us, but, you know, family nurse practitioners who used to really go out and take care. And importantly, and I'm not saying this, as a criticism, but because when we were small, everything relatively was big. You know, because when people reminisce, they like to reminisce in a particular way, not realizing that they were small, so they see everything big. But really and truly, and this was a big person in your village, when you're growing up, when you were as a nurse, you know, that was a respectable position, you know. So if nurse people go by the bay and buy fish, Mr. Menz must give her fish first, eh? She must get fish first before everybody. It's nurse, teacher, and then maybe police. But nurse, maybe, and then teacher. Because I always say that because my grandmother, I used to remember my grandmother, Manato used to always call me teacher, even after I became a minister, because she thought teacher was more respectable than minister. I don't know why. I never agree with her. You know, it was my grandmother, so I couldn't say nothing. But really, nurses had really occupied, and I know in my case, again, growing up, I remember seeing the relationship between the nurses and the community. They knew, and let me tell you, if you're a politician and you want to run proper electoral process, make sure you have a nurse on your team. Well, I don't know if those are not working in the districts, if they're good, like those we used to have. Because when you don't know people's name and you don't know where people live, they know everybody. Everybody, because they used to go out. I know, and I'm saying this, Ms. Privo is here, she used to go out. And you know, Nurse Pierre. And so these people used to go out. And they were in touch with the community. They knew what was going on. And that's where they were able to identify some of the, especially the elderly people who were ill. You know, who were ill. And it's important that we recognize them. But I'm very happy that we are regulating them. We're regulating their services because it is important. It is important that we regulate the services that they provide. Boy, I am trying my best. God give your people strength. Mr. Speaker, you know, it is important that we are regulating the work that they do. And one observation that I made as well, continued education, but importantly, the infrastructure for managing the administration of the nursing council. That seems to be very heavy, and it means that there are resources that have to be made available. Similarly, for the medical professions, we have to ensure, and there's a very costly infrastructure that we put in place in order to provide the services to regulate the nurses and midwives profession. But I want to say again, we have over decades created a primary healthcare system that have been run primarily by nurses, and we are grateful for their contribution. And those are of course, the Dominica Friendship Hospital, the Marigold Hospital. I know the work that they have to do. My good friend, that is the FNP in Grand Bay, she is really doing an excellent job. I have to commend her for that. And you know, the many nurses throughout Dominica who are sacrificing to ensure that we can provide the care to our people. And I know sometimes we may not be satisfied, we may have concerns, but there are nurses today who continue to go above and beyond the call of duty. I know some of them, but I don't want to be calling names, you know, but I have to say thank you to them. I remember I had a little false alarm. When was that last year? The year before? I was going up Morpo in Grand Bay, and I play heavy. I go walking, you know, I walk right up because we're going to repair the farm access road. And when I was walking back, when I got almost down the end of the road, I got a pain in my chest. So myself, I say, we. I don't know, all the people young, all they don't know Sanford and Son. You remember Elizabeth? Yeah, okay. I thought it was a big one, and I started to panic. They rushed me to the hospital. I went to the A&E. Boy, look, nurses. I don't know if somebody tell them I was coming. Boy, look, nurses. And nurses took care of me, and me as I felt like carpon when it comes to them things. And the nurses took very good care of me, I have to say. And I'm very, very grateful when I see, I have to take it back. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw. Carpon, sir.
Yes, Honorable Minister, are you willing to translate?
No, I withdraw. In keeping with my position that I will not translate. Yeah. But really and truly, I mean, we all have stories we can tell, you know, about the services that have been provided. And we have to thank the nurses. And I'm very happy and encouraged at the new structure that we put in place to give them a path, a career path. I think that is very progressive as well. Because it is important for people to feel that they're moving through the system over years, because that's just a natural human, expectation and Maslow hierarchy of needs and all these things the psychologists tell you. So, but it is something that gives people the satisfaction, and they know that they can continue to provide services to the people of Dominica. So that is very progressive, and of course the remuneration package that accompanied that. That I'm very happy that we're able to do that for our nurses as they continue to serve us. So, Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure that I support the nurses and midwives bill. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm going to make a very, very short.
Yes, Honorable Blackmore, you're recognized.
Bear in mind that my first sister was a nurse, and I can recall, I still like to iron, I still like my own clothes. And then I can recall I was taxed with the responsibility of having to iron my sister's uniform all the time, white. And in those days, the shoes, you saw, what is it called that thing, the white thing, is the person? Nugget. Nugget, I have to pass the Nugget on the shoes too. I hope she's listening. I'm a big man now. Oh, Mr. Speaker, we just passed the medical professionals bill. And now we're passing this bill again. And I think it's a celebration of our nurses. And I think the people who belong to the nursing fraternity have been, the role that they play in the delivery of healthcare in this country has been underestimated. My regards for the nurses actually even got stronger during the passage of when we experienced COVID-19, when they were actually exposed, to that risk, Mr. Speaker. And they never folded, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they unfolded their arms and met the challenge. And I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I'm one who, I love nurses, but I'm also scared of nurses because I'm scared of needles. But it always dawned on me, Mr. Speaker, that those of us who were born in my time, when I was born at the hospital, when nurses will go to people's homes to deliver babies, Mr. Speaker, with no assistance. Can you imagine that? At people's homes, Mr. Speaker, house to house to deliver babies. We had in my own nurse Esprit. I mean, it was a household name in Mao. And then I have an auntie, they used to call her Miss Surprise in St. Joseph. And then you had in Mao also, Miss Murphy. And what the government has been doing over the years, in the recent past, in recognition of the tremendous contribution they continue to make to our healthcare system and caring for the most vulnerable dynamics, we're naming, Mr. Speaker, our medical facilities in their name, Mr. Speaker. This demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that the government understands the contribution of our nurses, Mr. Speaker. And I, personally, am forever grateful for the role that they have been playing to ensure that we're kept safe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no financial package is too much for a nurse, Mr. Speaker. No financial package. So, Mr. Speaker, what this bill, when passed into law, will further do, will ensure that if you're a nurse, whether a midwife, or a nurse, practitioner, you're so trained. You're so trained. You can't give somebody an injection if you're not so trained. And if you were to go under Section 23 of the proposed act, Mr. Speaker, it actually spells out the qualification requirement, because this bill, when it comes into law, will establish a council. So in order for it to be granted the license, therefore, you have to meet the requirements. And Section 23, Mr. Speaker, provides the demarcations that must be met if you want to be a midwife, if you have to be a nurse. You have to have advanced training. That if you want to have a license, you have to ensure that it is current. You pay your fees, Mr. Speaker. So all those measures, Mr. Speaker, are demarcated in the proposed measure under Section 23. So whereas I celebrate the nurse, and we celebrate the nurses, we have to ensure that the system is such that organized to do away with bad actors. But I believe what it does further is provide the nurses with an opportunity to be independent. You might decide, I want to be a freelance nurse. Yeah, but I have my license. And it provides me with that autonomy, Mr. Speaker, to be independent also, and with the flexibility, yes, to come to the service of anyone who needs my service or my services. I don't have to be at the hospital, but if I can be at my home and care for my children, and I can provide that nursing service to all and sundry. Further, Mr. Speaker, earlier on, we presented the Honorable Dr. Minister Henderson in his presentation that speaks to the free movement. If you are licensed, therefore, in Dominica, if you meet the requirement under Section 23, okay, and in keeping with the spirit of the Treaty of Chakaramas, Mr. Speaker, which provides a single market, you are affording lateral mobility, Mr. Speaker. You can leave Dominica, you can go to another member state with a license and say I'm a nurse, and you can practice, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that in itself, Mr. Speaker, because you may decide you want to have a different experience. You may decide I want to go and have the experience as to how I can operate in Barbados or St. Kitts, wherever. But I have my license. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, as Dr. Henderson said, is a progressive move. And again, this government is demonstrating that we are lifting the goalposts, not shifting it, we're lifting it. We're taking the medical profession to a next level. And no one can actually look at the health system in Dominica without the contribution of the nurses, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, and I want to congratulate all the nurses who are here today, and for what you have been doing, and may the good Lord continue to bless you. I support this measure, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I briefly rise to give my full support to the nurses and midwifery bill being presented to this honorable house today. I think it's a move in the right direction in the sense that it doesn't just also protect the general population and the people get into the healthcare system, but importantly enough, it also protects the nurses, because the nurses are human beings too. The nurses, they're professionals, but they work in some very hostile environments sometimes. So the bill, granted, it does protect the general population who have access to the healthcare system, but it also protects the nurses, which I think is a very, very important part. And sometimes it's a little difficult putting the entire legislation together, because we might have nurses being trained under different institutions, different countries, and then the bill has to address and to have everybody on a common playing ground. So it's just like the medical bill we spoke about earlier. You might have doctors trained in Cuba, doctors trained all over the parts of the world, but same way for nurses as well, they can be trained differently, but the bill addresses all those issues, which I think is of prime importance. But this is all part of the resilience of the healthcare system, because we may have great health infrastructure, whether it's health centers, whether it's the hospitals, but we also, the human resource, whether it's the doctors, the nurses, the medical lab technicians, etc., they all form part of that bigger healthcare system. So this is a move in the right direction. We've dealt with infrastructure, now we're dealing with capacity, and now we're dealing with the legislation to handle the human capacity that deals with the healthcare infrastructure. But, and we're entering a new stage, Mr. Speaker. This is the modern economic infrastructure. And we put in so many different things in place. And the healthcare system has to be resilient as well. And for it to be resilient, there must be legislation to manage the healthcare professionals that handle the healthcare sector. That is, and the nurses, of course, is one of the main, if not the main, the foot soldiers, so to speak, in this healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to note that the only reason why, well, not only me, but I think everybody agree, the only reason why Dominica performed the best in COVID-19 was because of the nurses. This was the remnants of the primary healthcare system we had from Dr. Etienne and well, Dr. McIntyre and all of them, and Jennifer Stefan, and even before that, that carried us through. And this was the system, as Dr. Anderson was saying, if you wanted to know anybody in a community, the nurses are the ones who go to tell you. So the nurses knew every little area within the communities to get to the people, to get the testing done. And it's because of this and the efforts of the nurses that this COVID. And you have to consider the sacrifices that many of them made as well, Mr. Speaker. Because granted, the government, we did set up a hospital in Portsmouth, and you have maybe more than 100 nurses were down there. But you have to look at the sacrifice, leaving their homes, their relatives, and being on the front line, facing the COVID-19, the pandemic. And so it's really a lot of sacrifices they make. Sometimes we look at jobs, and these 8 to 4 jobs, it's a total different ball game for when you have different shifts, whether it's 8 to 8, whether it's 8 to 2, and you see nurses doing that time and time and time again. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we recognize the importance of their contribution in the health sectors. But I just wanted to mention this so that we could be fully aware of that part as well. But this bill, I think it's really a move in the right direction, because the fact that the consultations that went on long before I was Minister of Health, Dr. Daru's time and even before that, and then it has continued, everyone was consulted. I remember time and time again, that you meet this sector, whether it's the legislative, the Attorney General chambers, the legal fraternity, the associations, the nurses, and not just nurses on the higher level, nurses on the lower level. It's just such a comprehensive consultation that took place. So that is why I think this is really a good bill and puts us in a very good position as we move along. It handles many things, whether it's the ethics, because in today's social media, Mr. Speaker, you have to understand someone in a healthcare system within a flash or within a wink, their photograph might be out in social media. This is addressed in this bill also, as to the confidentiality of the patients, and even advertising and all those different things. So I think it's really a move in a great direction. What's going to come? So now that we've done the medical profession, we're just doing the nursing one. Obviously, the Ministry of Health is working some of the allied health ones. We have the physiotherapy, speech therapies, etc., you know, and occupational therapies and all these things, the medical lab technologies. So that is the bills that will come next, and the pharmacy bill, which Honorable Edwards is working on with the Ministry of Health. So it's really a comprehensive approach to the health sector. We've done the infrastructure, as I said. We're dealing with the professionals, the capacity, human capacity, as I mentioned, and now the legislation to go. So I think it's a move in the right direction that the government is taking, and that fits in very well with all the other things that we're doing within the modern economic infrastructure, so that as we move along with our airport and the marina, and there are so many different things that will come. And with climate change and the health system and how it's being compromised by different pathogens. So all of this, Mr. Speaker, fits in very well. And I have absolutely no reservations in fully supporting the nurses and midwives bill. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Roberts, you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this bill. I notice that so far 3 young men have spoken, but I know the nursing profession and midwifery is made up of a lot of women, so I felt the need to stand myself. But Mr. Speaker, really and truly, just a short contribution. But I want to support this bill, especially in our fulfillment as a government to safeguard the health and well-being of all our citizens, and of course in professionalizing the workforce. I'm standing here, though I spent more than half of my adult life in education, but my family was made up in such a way that we were evenly divided with healthcare professionals and educators. Besides that, I grew to value the work of nurses during the illness and death of my mom, because there I saw real professionalism at work. Mr. Speaker, as was said by our Honorable Minister, our nurses and midwives are indeed the backbone of our healthcare system, and any investment made for the improvement and further enhancement of our medical profession and our health practitioners will yield invaluable benefits to our nation's health. Every one of us here, Mr. Speaker, can relate to a time when a nurse or a midwife played a significant difference, a pivotal role in our lives, whether it was for the birth of our children, whether it was just a moment of illness, or even for the care of a loved one, as I said before, in our most vulnerable times. In each case, there was a nurse or a midwife. Mr. Speaker, a well-trained, caring midwife doesn't just deliver babies. She delivers hope. And Honorable Edwards just told me we also have midwives who are men. I don't know why they call them midwives though, but mid-husbands maybe, deliver hope and bring smiles to a mother following the labors of childbirth. The midwife stands as a person with the difference between tragedy and the celebration. And at the heart of the health system lies our nurses, our frontline professionals, the educators who teach us about disease prevention, and of course the counselors who calm our fears when in pain and suffering. They are also the leaders who help to keep our hospitals standing, resilient and functioning during and after a crisis. And of course, we alluded earlier to the work of our healthcare professionals during Hurricane Maria and of course, the COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Nurses and Midwives Council is a critical step forward, designed to build public safety and trust in our system, ensuring only well-qualified, competent individuals can practice, that they are given the necessary clinical experience needed, and that a transparent, accountable mechanism exists to ensuring fitness to practice. Mr. Speaker, the Council will also serve as a governing body to set strategic direction, take key decisions, and ensure that our nurses and midwives fulfill their duties to protect the public. Every section of this bill seeks to define what it means to be a professional, setting high ethical standards, providing a seal of trust, and ensuring that in every way our health practitioners are not just qualified based on what they have learned years ago, but that they undertake continuing professional development so that they remain competent and proficient in life-saving technologies of today. Licensure, of course, ensures that the three pillars of healthcare are met: education, experience, and examinations, informing the consumers of the services that the professional has been vetted and has met the requirements for the profession.
You referring to your notes or?
I referring to my notes. I didn't ask for permission, not true?
Yeah.
Nurses and midwives. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Speaker, should I refer to
Oh, boy.
Thank you. Nurses and
I didn't say
midwives.
that. You need to pause. This is not a joke. Pause. Take it easy. We have to go through the process of learning and improving. We are not going to be reading in this house. So pause, take a step back, and you were doing it correctly at first. But continue. I'm not going to intervene on that matter today again.
I pause and I hereby ask for permission to refer to my notes.
Yeah. Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe because we know you'll give permission anyway, but thank you. The bill, Mr. Speaker, you threw me off, you know. The bill today, of course, presents before us as it makes provisions for the council to establish a complaints and disciplinary committee to deal with any matters related to professional misconduct of the nurse or midwife, and to further seek and examine such allegations so that they can be further investigated. So, Mr. Speaker, I will pause here because I said I was short. I support this bill fully, and as we continue to work towards a more modern, responsive, sustainable, and people-centered health system, where our professionals are held in high standards and are worthy of high respect. And in this way, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to wind up this debate. Let me first say that Florence Nightingale, what I would regard as I'm sorry? The godmother of modern day nursing would be profoundly pleased with us for tabling this legislation. Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, permit me to pause and just express profound gratitude, not only to the parliamentarians here for this debate, but all of you in the gallery today. I thank you all sincerely for all that you all have done in advancing this bill, this legislation. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. This very important legislation is meant to benefit all of us, our children, future, even yourselves in the way you conduct and regulate and practice nursing. And this is going to help you profoundly. And Dominica owes you all profoundly for the work that you all have done. And I thank, and I'm going from left to right in terms of who I see, our principal nursing officer, Terry Ravalier. Thank you sincerely for the work that you've done. You and any past PNOs who may have worked on this legislation. Thank you sincerely. CMO, you're not a nurse acting, but you've helped and you're here in support and solidarity, and I thank you. Nurse Blaise, thank you sincerely for your leadership. And while I prepared for this debate, I just went into my files and I saw this, and you would clearly know what this is. And Mr. Speaker, she is the president of the Dominica Nursing Association. And I must congratulate them for celebrating the 68th year of existence. And the Dominica, congratulations. And the Nursing Association is really a pillar in not just nursing practice here in Dominica, but in healthcare in Dominica. It's an institution on its own, and thank you sincerely for that. And also Nurse Prevo, to take her out of retirement and to be the president of our nursing council. Thank you sincerely for all that you have done, you and the other members of the nursing council. We're grateful for the hard work that you have done. And not only that, it would be remiss of me not to also thank Mrs. Shirley Augustine, the past president of the Nursing Council. She was the first president when I came in. She was president, sorry, when I came in as Minister of Health, Wellness and Social Services. Someone that I have known for a very long time, because at one point her dear husband, Reverend Augustine, was my principal at Massa Kinfield Primary School. So this is someone I've known for a long time, and it's probably because of that she extended profound grace to me and ensured that the necessary work and guidance was given to ensure that this bill would have been passed and that it's now a reality. So I thank her sincerely for the work and the sacrifice, in preparing this bill here before us. A lot of people have worked on this, and we are indeed grateful. On behalf of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services, I extend sincere gratitude to everyone who has worked and contributed towards the passage of this bill here today. Minister Blackmore, again, thank you and your team, the Ministerial Committee that you lead. I'm grateful to Dr. Williams as well for her leadership and support, and Honorable Kent Edwards as well for his leadership and support throughout the process. We've gone through many iterations. Again, we take governance and the business of the people very seriously. There was one point I recall tempers almost flaring because we felt that we were ready to go to cabinet and then parliament. And it was then decided that, or accepted, I would say, that we should expand not only nursing, but to include midwifery as well in this bill. And you can well understand after a bill is in its, I would say, final or draft final form, to have to go through that major change or iteration, the expanse and extent of work that is then required. I recall getting to that point and even having said that, I want letters supporting that decision from the various associations and so on. It seemed like clearing myself because I felt we had gotten so far, and I really did not want us to go back, but I think it is something positive and progressive, and I'm grateful that we have done that. That is the type of leadership that we engender. It's one that is clear, one that is visionary, but one that is reliant on consultation with the various stakeholders, and that is the fruit of that type of participation. And I am truly grateful. This legislation is very, very important, and I know we have said a lot on this so far by way of the debate, but just to bring this down, to the simplest forms, we've been challenged with regulations over years because of the archaic, I would say, terms and conditions and guidelines that we have been following in the previous ordinance that existed. Say, for example, I recall being challenged, the nursing council being challenged by a few nurses who are solely in private practice. And I'm speaking to the nurses who sometimes set up shop near vendors along the streets in Roseau or other parts of Dominica, where they provide consultation, consultancy services, various services. As a matter of fact, as recently as last week, I drove past a building and I saw a sign where nursing services were being offered, and it went further to say that if you want to cure diabetes, come here, and so on. And these are the things that causes deep concern. And the challenge that the council faced was that whilst they knew that there were challenges, while they were very concerned about the offerings in terms of services, while they're concerned about the testing equipment that's being used, whether they're calibrated well, whether they're validated in time, and so on, there was very little that they could do. And it's almost as if they are regulating nursing practice, but in the process of regulating the practice, they're seeking participation or concurrence from the very same people who would have not been following the guidelines and guidance. And it was one where, we were profoundly challenged, and we had no choice but to hasten this, but not only that, to be very comprehensive, approach. So things like that would not fall through the cracks. This is something that really, truly benefits us all. The people of Dominica will be better positioned to receive improved care by way of this bill. I really look forward to an improvement in the quality of care that is offered and the general state of healthcare in Dominica by way of this regulation. We are in a good place. Our nurses, like we've said, have been on our front line for a number of years. Of course, they gained prominence through Hurricane Maria and COVID-19, but every single day that they serve, they perform miracles and they assist with miracles and saving lives and improving the quality of lives of people. I recall, as parliamentary representatives, we get many interesting calls. I recall getting one call somewhere from the north, from I won't zoom in on the constituency, but the power rep was very frantic. What we had, in fact, was a delivery at home, and where everyone, the entire family, was extremely nervous, panicked as to what should happen. Of course, these are the moments where midwives spring into action, and our primary healthcare system comes forward and shows and demonstrate their mettle. And this baby is healthy today and doing extremely well. Same as well for the mother. This really here is showing the respect and the profound dignity that we ought to show our nurses and our midwives. We are committed to them as a government, and we really hope that this legislation certainly helps in doing your work in the way that you foresee it, the way that you envision it. And I commit to continuing to work with you and to show solidarity with you for this humble and noble service that you have chosen to give your life for and to sacrifice for. Thank you very much for your support.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Nurses and Midwives Act 2026.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House is The question is that I do report the bill with minor amendments to the House. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2026. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, English or American. Well, we'll verify. Is English? Okay, all right, so we'll stick with it. Okay. So I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2026 passed the committee stage with minor amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Nurses and Midwives Act 2026.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Food Safety Act 2026.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a critical step in strengthening Dominica's public health protection, supporting our growing agro-processing sector, and advancing our national vision of increased local food production, consumption, and export. This legislation forms part of the harmonized legislative framework of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, accompanying the plant health and animal health bills. Together, these laws establish a modern, integrated system to safeguard the safety, quality, and competitiveness of our food supply from farm to table. Mr. Speaker, food safety is first and foremost a public health issue. Every citizen has a fundamental right to safe, wholesome, and nutritious food. Unsafe food exposes our people to foodborne illnesses and undermines public confidence and places avoidable burdens on our healthcare system. This bill establishes a comprehensive regulatory framework to ensure that food produced, processed, imported, or sold in Dominica meets strict safety and quality standards. It introduces modern systems for food traceability so that products can be tracked through the supply chain, rapid response and recall mechanisms to remove unsafe food from circulation, strengthened inspection, monitoring and enforcement, and clear accountability for food business operators. This ensures that when Dominicans consume food, whether purchased from supermarkets, street vendors, agro-processors, or restaurants, they can do so with absolute confidence. Mr. Speaker, this bill comes at a pivotal time for Dominica, as we witnessed encouraging growth in our local agro-processing sector and a renewed national drive to increase local food production and consumption. Across our country, agro-processors are producing juices and beverages, sauces, condiments, herbal products, baked goods, packaged agricultural products, and a wide range of value-added foods using locally grown fruits, vegetables, and spices. These enterprises are creating employment, expanding economic opportunity, and transforming agriculture from subsistence activity into a modern, value-generating sector. At the same time, the government has made a deliberate and strategic commitment to strengthening food security, reducing reliance on imported foods, supporting our farmers and agro-processors, and retaining more economic value within our national economy. However, Mr. Speaker, for this transformation to be sustainable, both producers and consumers must have confidence in the safety and quality of locally produced foods. Agro-processors, hoteliers, and restaurateurs must be able to meet internationally recognized food safety standards, and consumers must be assured that the foods that they purchase and consume are safe, properly handled, and of high quality. The bill provides the legal and regulatory foundation to support this national effort. It will certify the safety and quality of locally produced and processed foods, facilitate export opportunities for Dominican products, enable access to regional and international markets, and strengthen consumer confidence in locally produced goods. Importantly, it establishes safeguards across the entire food chain from production and processing to packaging, distribution, and retail, ensuring that as we promote greater consumption of local foods, we do so with the high standards of safety and quality. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this legislation supports our farmers, empowers our agro-processors, protects our consumers, strengthens our food security, and ensures that Dominican food can compete with confidence both at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, this legislation also aligns directly with our national fight against non-communicable diseases. Dominica, like many other countries, we face rising rates of diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and obesity. A key component of our national response is encouraging hotelier diets, including increased consumption of fresh and locally produced foods. This bill supports that national strategy by ensuring that healthier food choices, especially locally produced and minimally processed foods, are safe and properly regulated. It also strengthens food labeling requirements, allowing consumers to make informed decisions about what they eat. This is not simply a regulatory measure, it is a public health intervention. Mr. Speaker, this bill also fulfills our commitment under the revised Treaty of Basel and the Eastern Caribbean Economic Union. By harmonizing our food safety laws with the other OECS member states, we enable the free and safe movement of food products within the economic union. This benefits Dominican businesses by removing regulatory barriers, facilitating exports within the region, and positioning Dominican products competitively in regional and international markets. Safe food standards are the passport to trade. Mr. Speaker, this bill was carefully refined following Cabinet's review to ensure efficient and practical implementation. Importantly, the bill avoids creating unnecessary new institutions. Instead, it strengthens and formalizes the leadership role of the Environmental Health Department under the Chief Environmental Health Officer, which already has established expertise, credibility, and operational responsibility in food safety. This approach ensures efficient use of public resources, clear accountability, and strengthened coordination across various government agencies. Mr. Speaker, the bill introduces stronger enforcement powers, including authority to inspect premises, authority to seize unsafe food, authority to issue compliance notices, and meaningful penalties for various violations. These measures are necessary to protect consumers and uphold national standards. At the same time, the bill adopts a modern, risk-based approach that allows businesses flexibility while maintaining strict safety outcomes. This strikes the right balance between public health protection and business development. This food safety bill represents a critical step forward in strengthening consumer protection in Dominica. At its core, this legislation ensures that every citizen can have confidence that food that they purchase, prepare, and consume is safe, properly handled, and fit for human consumption. A key advancement in the bills is the modernization of penalties for food safety violations. Under the existing Environmental Health Services Act, penalties are limited to a maximum of $10,000, with no clear distinction between violations committed by an individual, vendor, or that which may be committed by a larger, more commercial or corporate entity. This limitation does not adequately reflect the scale of modern food production or the potential risk posed to public health. This bill corrects that gap. It empowers the court with discretion to impose penalties of up to $50,000, allowing for proportionate and appropriate consequences based on the severity of the offense and the scale of the operation. This ensures fairness, accountability, and a stronger deterrent against unsafe practices. Mr. Speaker, these strengthened penalties are not intended to punish honest businesses, but instead to protect consumers. They ensure that those entrusted with producing and selling food uphold their responsibility to the public. They safeguard families, protect children, and preserve confidence in our national food supply. Ultimately, this bill sends a clear message. In Dominica, food safety is not optional. It is a legal obligation, a public health priority, and a national responsibility for all. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that effective implementation of this bill will be supported by targeted investments to strengthen our national food system. These include enhancing the capacity of the Environmental Health Department through the provision of modern inspection and sampling equipment, strengthening laboratory testing capabilities, and implementing traceability and data management systems to monitor food safety across the supply chain. In recent months, the government has made concerted efforts to expand the capacity of the Environmental Health Department, including strengthening its human resource complement to ensure that it is fully equipped to carry out the necessary inspections, surveillance, and monitoring required under these modern legislative framework. Additionally, investments will also be directed towards the ongoing training and certification of food inspectors and supporting food business operators in meeting the various required standards. These measures represent a prudent and necessary investment in protecting public health, strengthening consumer confidence, and ensuring that Dominican food products meet the standards required to compete successfully in regional and international markets. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not simply about regulation. It is about protecting people. It's about supporting our farmers, agro-processors, and food vendors. It's about strengthening our economy. It is about improving public health, and it's about positioning Dominica as a producer of safe, high-quality food. This legislation represents an investment in the health, resilience, and economic future of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I therefore commend this bill to this House for debate. Thank you.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Alfred, you may proceed.
Thank you. I would like to commend all those who had a part to play in the presentation of this document. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the Minister for the manner in which he presented. I was just looking at my notes and I was just feeling to just cross out as he was going along. But Mr. Speaker, I must stand to support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, more than 3,000 children are being fed school meals in Dominica daily. I am sure the Minister of Agriculture will speak on his part, but this afternoon I speak mainly in the protection of our children, our students. So we have more than 3,000 students having school meals daily. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we may have a higher number purchasing food from vendors along the way to school, outside of the school gate, everywhere. So this means that there's the potential for foodborne illnesses and outbreak among our students. In addition to the foodborne illnesses, we have had certain incidents of students eating cannabis-infused cakes and sweets that have been sold outside of the school gate. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this bill and I hope that we will indeed implement some of those things because, you see, some of our stress in this island is not as if we haven't got regulations, you know. But sometimes when we come to implement them, we are a little, you know, reluctant. So, Mr. Speaker, food safety is the responsibility of everyone, not just those in the school kitchen, and not just what goes into the pot and how it goes into the pot, but it's for those who prepare snacks for vending for students. It's also the responsibility of those preparing foods for public consumption, and not just for locals, but also for our many visitors. Because every action seems to have the potential to impact the safety of the food, whether it's from the farming, what the agriculture minister I'm sure will touch on, to purchasing, to storing, to preparing, to even holding it, to serving it, to... Mr. Speaker, that's not jokes, no? This bill provides guidance to ensure and to assure that the preparation and the service of safe food. And it should not be taken lightly. This bill should be taken seriously by everybody in commercial food preparation, everybody that who's preparing food, especially for children, because children are very easily and more severely affected by foodborne diseases. And they are very curious, and they lack awareness. And sometimes what their mother wouldn't give them at home, they're busy to eat it everywhere. Because children are funny. They like to experiment with different kinds of food. You know, even some of the food that against their religious practices, if their mother go away and they get a chance, they want to taste it. And sometimes they do it at school, sometimes they do it at birthday parties. So therefore the onus is on us to ensure that food served to our children, all the foods that we serve to our children, that they are safe. Mr. Speaker, the importance of food safety and the development of food safety cultures at our schools have not been taken lightly by the Ministry of Education. This has now become a component of our school safety plan. So once upon a time, school safety plan was about if there's smoke, if there's an earthquake, if there's a fire. We have upgraded to, because if there's a chemicals, you know, by some of our schools, you have some places selling certain chemicals. If that happened, and now we have included food safety as part of the school safety plan. Our teachers have received training. We have also prepared standard daily menus, which include more locally produced foods and fruits and vegetables for our children at school. All our cooks have food handler certificates, and they engage in continuous training, and we have undertaken to improve works at many of our school kitchens. And we work very closely with the environmental health officer to ensure that our schools adhere to food safety procedures. So the Ministry of Education have not taken this lightly. And Mr. Speaker, it's my hope that with this bill, that something will stimulate business places involved in food preparation or processing or distributing to improve on their food safety policy if they already have one. So now people must go now and review this document, review what they have. If they already have a food safety policy, they might have to review and upgrade. And for these businesses who do not have, it's maybe an urgent requirement now for them to have a food safety policy. Because, Mr. Speaker, this food safety policy will help to prevent the occurrences of foodborne diseases, which can have severe economic and reputational consequences for a company and for the country by extension. Mr. Speaker, it is important for these businesses to have food safety policies because this will also protect their brand. So sometimes when government bring up certain things, people squabble and think it's a punishment. But in the end, if we do it well, it's something that will protect their brand integrity and ensure compliance with the regulatory requirements. It will also, as the minister said, it will also develop a level of confidence in the people who eat at these places. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes people who work at this establishment, they get well angry, you know, if you ask them a question about their food safety. Well angry, offended, fumes in, until you don't want to eat the food again. Sometimes you pay for food and you just leave. Like fumes in is not fuming, it's fumes in, they burst a fuse. And the way they behave. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, consumers have a right to ask about food safety. Consumers have a right. And that is why it's important for these businesses to have a food safety policy so that when people ask, all you have to do is provide the answer. Because people can ask you, where do you access your products from? According to where you buy your vegetables, I want to know where you're buying the lettuce from. And if I am bold enough, I will even go and look at the place. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, there are some vegetable producers, and the minister maybe will speak about that, who have very poor practices. So people, oh, you're laughing, not jokes, no? So people who are providing food for people, they should ensure that they have a food safety policy in place. A person asks you a question, instead of being so unpleasant and angry and don't want to serve the person, if you have a document, better again, you can even present, this is how we do it, this is because people have a right to know. Mr. Speaker, businesses with strong food safety policies, they will create an environment where people will eat and they will know that their health is top priority in this place. It will reduce all of this food poisoning. It will promote public health. And it will safeguard consumers' well-being. More than that, it will keep the business rolling. You wouldn't always need a business card. People will speak about it because you know people can lose their work based on what feedback come from a place. So that will also help people to keep their business rolling. Mr. Speaker, more and more. Boy, I myself afraid, you know, Mr. Speaker, because all like now, we have grounds now for legal liability and stuff like that. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, more and more, our people are becoming more involved in food preparation. So this is coming at a good time. More and more people are eating outside of their homes. More and more people are eating. For those people who eat at home, high commendation. Because we know what is going in our pot. But more and more people are eating outside of their homes. More and more eating and drinking is becoming part of everything we do. Mr. Speaker, in church we have fellowship, and our next thing we call in swallowship. Yes, where people bring and eat, or after service we have a fellow. You know, after the fellowship now we're going, and we're having lunch in school, in church. We call it a swallowship after the fellowship. So you see that? After funerals, we have happy hour. Snacks are becoming a regular part of meetings. Mr. Speaker, we celebrate births. We celebrate birthdays. We celebrate housewarming, bachelor and pride to be, wedding. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes there's no occasion at all, and we cooking our food. We bubble in a pot or we burst in a pot. So the young people refer to it. Or, if we don't do that, we have what we call a bring and eat. Nothing going on, you know. We just meet in somewhere, bring and eat. So you see more and more how important this thing is. Because all of those things involve food preparation, and this is why this bill is very timely, and I'm saying again, it's everybody's business. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot overlook the safety, the food safety as an aspect that holds the key to our well-being. We have to understand the significance of food safety because it's crucial. It impacts not only our health and the overall stability of our communities. This bill, truth is I didn't get a chance to go in detail, but I spent some time on it. This bill will ensure the prevention of foodborne illnesses. It will ensure the protection of vulnerable populations such as young children, pregnant women, elderly individuals, and people with weakened immune systems. It will also ensure public health and economic stability, because since foodborne illnesses outbreaks, Mr. Speaker, if you see we have a big happening and we have an outbreak, and you have a number of people getting similarly sick at the same time, this can be overwhelming to the health system. And it can also cause a significant economic burden because the cost associated with the medical care, then you have some people who might have to go on sick leave, so we have a problem with our productivity. Then in some cases, we might even have to have product recall, which might also cost us something. Yeah, we run that on the shelf again, but so we have to deal with that. So strong food safety practices will safeguard against public health and prevent these costly outbreaks. It will also reduce food waste. Mr. Speaker, that sometimes bothers me. I keep saying, boy, Dominican people can't waste food. Boy, Dominican people can't waste food. That will reduce food waste. Because since proper storage, sometimes people just put in stuff anywhere on their fridge, and they come on Saturday and they clean and they throw out a whole lot of food and they put some more food, sometimes in the wrong place. That's why you have to throw it out in 3 days' time. So, since proper food storage and handling throughout the food chain, from farm to table, if it's done properly, then we will reduce waste. And we have already spoken about consumer trust. We have spoken about protection of the industry jobs where foods are prepared. It also gives us a better chance globally for us to be able to trade, because I am sure our document is based on international standards. Mr. Speaker, these food regulation bills, let us just say, is to ensure the safety of food, is to keep our people healthy. Everybody will have their squabble, but when we settle down, it will be to our own benefit. They are set to make sure we handle foods well, we process food well, we package food well, we label foods well. Compiling with this regulation is not about avoiding fines, you know. I don't want you camera to say that. Complying to these regulations is not about fines. It's not about legal actions. No, it's not about that. It's about upholding the legal responsibility to provide safe food. Mr. Speaker, access to safe food and nutritious food is a fundamental human right. And there are some people who do not have food and they are not well. But we do not want to be in a situation where we have food, but the food we have is making us unwell. Because we'll be in the same situation with those people who do not have. So, Mr. Speaker, implementing and promoting food safety practices across all levels, from early childhood to go up to hospital, to public, to all levels. It's an ethical responsibility. This ensures that everyone, regardless of background or circumstances, we can enjoy safe and healthy food. When I go to the market and I buy my vegetables, I want to be confident that it's safe and healthy. When I go somewhere to eat with my family, I want to ensure it's safe and healthy. And if I choose to go in a bring and eat or swallow sheep, I want to know that the food is safe and healthy. I can tell you, all of us sitting down here can tell you we've had some bad experiences, maybe not directly us, but our family members. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are going very much in the right direction. I'm sure if the Minister of Tourism was here, she would give her bit on how that applies to her. And I'm sure the Minister of Agriculture will give his bit. But for me, I encourage the public to ensure that the food that we eat is safe. Let's abide by that. Let's look at it. Let's make our own food safety policy for our organization. And let's keep the people safe, especially the children. So, Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to support the bill.
Yeah?
Yes, I saw Honorable Blackmore, then Senator, then, no, you may proceed.
I hear him to the speaker, I was thinking.
Okay, yes. And then Honorable Roy. Yeah, you may proceed, Honorable Blackmore.
If you want to go, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to talk longer on this, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be very, very brief again. Honorable Minister for Health, I want to commend you again for bringing this very important measure before this Honorable House. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I haven't listened to the Minister for Education. I want to add my piece and to say further, I do not believe the intention of that measure before this Honorable House should be misconstrued. And it's not a punitive measure that's being undertaken there. I believe what has been done, I've been taught that when you're doing something, you must do it with the highest degree of excellence, and money will follow you. Very often, that we want to get paid before we work. Very often, we want to make a fast money. And so, the Minister for Health in his introduction was splendid. I do not believe I want to relitigate some of the things that he has highlighted. As we move greater and greater, Mr. Speaker, into the celebration of our carnival and the Creole Festival, when, of course, we just had the conclusion of our carnival activities, and for the 2 weeks period of time leading up to the carnival, we had 10,776 people who came to our shows. They want food to eat. So this measure, therefore, Mr. Speaker, will work with our people who are involved in the food industry and different services to ensure that they up the game and to a level of excellence, therefore, in terms of packaging, in terms of preparation. And what I like about this measure before this honorable House is it protects, Mr. Speaker, the most vulnerable in our mix, especially the children. Think of the hundred of illnesses, Mr. Speaker, of poor, food safety practices, Mr. Speaker, can lead to. And I've been around for a while. I go to places and I see plenty of things, Mr. Speaker. And I believe we have gotten to a point in our life and in our development where we have to ensure that we do not only set standards, but we have to also ensure that the standards are met and there can be timely inspection to ensure that those standards are met and kept. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the whole issue of food hygiene. That is critical. Okay? And so it's not only about food safety from a holistic standpoint, but how do we disaggregate that? We speak about food hygiene, Mr. Speaker, and food safety practices. That is critical. What do we mean by that? If you're serving food, especially food, the constant washing of your hands, Mr. Speaker. So often I see people sell stuff. You need to have gloves. No gloves, I will not eat it. That you come to serve food, you have slippers on your feet, sleeveless, Mr. Speaker, and the pearls on the arms are not. It's still there. And no carbon on your head, I will not eat your food. Understand? So when we are talking about food safety practices, Mr. Speaker, those are the issues that we need to ensure. They may be rudimentary, but they're critical to our safety, Mr. Speaker. Now, the temperature at which we keep food. Around Quail Festival, we like our callaloo. We like our crab bath. But I am always scared of callaloo. For me to eat callaloo, my wife has to cook it for me, my wife. I have to be there to eat it. Understand? I have to be there with my eyes watching the callaloo and the temperature. Because the reason why I'm saying that, I don't know why you're laughing, but that's serious business. That's serious stuff. That's not a joke. Because you always find around that time, the hospital, the emergency ward is loaded. Dr. Mark used to work in the casualty before, and he was laughing. Right? Because the callaloo has to be kept at a certain temperature. You understand what I'm saying? So when you eat callaloo, you understand? If it has a leftover, and you know that is not properly warmed next day or boiled. The issue of food poisoning. Now think about the economic losses, Mr. Speaker. Then you have, after the carnival, after Quail Festival, everybody's sick. Okay? People can't go to work. So that helped to mitigate against those one possibilities, Mr. Speaker. The economic loss as a result of the number of ailments or illnesses that can be derived from poor practices, Mr. Speaker. I went to a place, and I'm calling names. I hope the person is not listening. But my intention is to try to educate as to what we really mean, what we're presenting. So the person selling eggs, they're selling raw meat. But I see cooked food, ready-to-eat food, almost mixing with the raw stuff. You know? So the issue of cross-contamination, Mr. Speaker, is another issue that we have to actually address. And the regular inspection that is contemplated in this measure will help prevent those eventualities, Mr. Speaker. So if you are producing meat, you are a butcher, and at the same time, you know, some fathers cooking at the same time. Do not mix the raw meat Don't put them close to each other. The raw meat and your fried eggs are rolling on the side and the food ready to eat. That's not good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are also some common food hazards that we have to take into account. Some of them are biological in nature. And that's where you have the viruses, the bacteria, etc. You know what I'm saying? So those are the issues, of course. These are serious stuff, Mr. Speaker. Serious stuff. And some of them are even chemical in nature. So this is a comprehensive, Mr. Speaker, bill that takes into account the need for us to ensure that we adhere to the best practices insofar as food safety is concerned, Mr. Speaker. There are some physical aspects that we have to speak to. I've been involved in politics since 2000. I don't drink no form of alcohol, but I mean, in my constituency, I do not think you will have more exciting areas where you can bring the spirit of man than in my constituency. But I've been in places. When I look at a glass, the first thing I look at, if the edge of the glass is like a grater, Mr. Speaker, the edge, you look at a physical, understand? If the edge of the glass is like a grater, the edge, Mr. Speaker, or cracks, no. Those are issues that you have to take into consideration. And then if you are involved in selling beverages, whatever, in glasses, and there are cracks in the glasses, there are broken edges, do not serve. You understand? So all these things we take into consideration, Mr. Speaker. So don't laugh, but these things are true. Now, I was going to say something else, but I will hold it back because well, you spoke. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, you spoke. You made words, but you're the Minister for Education. You're allowed to make your own words. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm from Maui, bowler. Do cells. I used to be a fast bowler. So, but I want, on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, I want to again commend the Minister for Health and the government, because that is tied to our whole health services, you know. Because I can't really understand that if people get sick because of food poisoning. I had an experience. The age was there, and I saw the food and I said, not eating that food. Right? Because I was always taught by my grandmother, when you smell something and your nose burning you, stay far away from it. Right? And I decided I was not going to partake in that. You understand? All right? And the rest was history. The rest was history. I'm saying. So I'm not going to qualify that beyond that point. All right? So I'm not saying it is so important. No, you're laughing. It is so important to ensure that we adhere to the best practices. Mr. Speaker, my final point, they had this thing at the Botanic Gardens. What do you call it again? It used to be called in the park. It's a new name now. And I think I want to commend the Minister, the Honorable Peanut. On display, you have seen how the industry is emerging in terms of of adding value, I mean, to our raw products, Mr. Speaker. Chips in various ways, and the packaging. So I believe that measure will further perfect that, Mr. Speaker, to get the people who are involved in that industry to better package and to further improve the arts, and to allow, therefore, for when people come to Dominica, TV Lodge, Creole in the Park, Creole Festival, Carnival, they can go back to their respective country. I bought that chips from Dominica. I bought that best sponge. I'm not going to say how the best sponge now. I understood somebody at the best country in the country. I'm not going to say who's that, I don't know. I bought this in Dominica, I bought this there, and the packaging is the best. And not only the packaging, but the taste is the best. The quality is the best, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this bill is attempting to do, Mr. Speaker, is to elevate our standard and to take it to the level of excellence, Mr. Speaker. I support this measure proposal of the House.
Yes, Senator, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a short, sweet contribution towards the bill entitled Food Safety. Let me begin by stating that I fully support the principle to strengthen food safety in Dominica, especially coming from an agriculture and tourism background, an agricultural community, and a country that's said to be the food basket of the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Health stated, we are experiencing a growth in agro-processing. Also, we are also experiencing a growth in the tourism industry. Many of us here mentioned the growth in our carnival celebrations. According to the Minister of Tourism, I wish he was here, and approximately 9,000 visitors during the season. Give me the number. Excuse me? Okay, I stand corrected. So, bringing this bill before the House today is a good idea, and I commend the Minister for Health and other individuals responsible for that. Ensuring that the food consumed by our people, the diasporas, meets the acceptable standard is a national responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the presentation by the Minister of Health, by the Minister of Education, and I must say I agree with everything said, especially by the Minister of Education, especially when it comes to the kids, the schools, their eating habits, the grown folks, our fun or enjoyment of going out, going by the river, cooking the food, meeting, having meals, drinks. I also agree with what Senator Blackmore said, except if I go to a restaurant and you have gloves, I shall not eat there. If I go to a restaurant and you have gloves on, I will turn away. First of all, gloves are expensive. Dominicans are not going to be changing gloves each minute. One glove lasting the whole shift. You best believe that. So you're not going to touch chicken and go and touch my cooked meal with the same glove. So I prefer you have short nails, clean your nails, wash your hand. Yes. In going through the bill and listening to the Minister of Health, he mentioned a few things which I was quite happy in seeing in the bill. So the laboratories, the inspection, the honest produce, he spoke a lot about the farmers, exportation, and so on. However, I would like to press on the inspection. The Honorable Minister for Education spoke about it. You will go to the market, get a produce, for example, lettuce. You go to the market to a street vendor, you go to purchase lettuce. When you get your lettuce, all the sun on the lettuce still. So these are things like if we have trained inspectors passing through the markets, passing through the restaurants. I already got salad from a restaurant, and while eating my food, there was a worm or two strolling in my salad. So that means the lettuce was not washed properly. So training for inspectors, proper training, and individuals passing through the restaurants, markets, etc. Also, even for exportation, we have farmers who export produce and they don't wash it, they don't package it properly. I remember some years back I did a course for huckstering. And during that course, there was a list of produce from Dominica Guadeloupe don't accept, St. Martin don't accept, Antigua don't accept. For example, Guadeloupe does not accept mango from Dominica. Why? One farmer or vendor maybe did not package it properly, maybe they saw animals only put in Guadeloupe in that same package. So that's why I chose to stretch on inspection. And then the laboratories, we have farmers who use a lot of chemical. I think the Honorable Minister of Health mentioned that as well. A lot of chemicals. So you go to the market, you buy some tomato from some people. I'm not going to say the race, yes. But you buy some tomato from a certain nationality, and you buy some tomato from, let's say, a farmer from Salisbury, and you leave that same tomato by the same day, you leave it on your table, your counter, you don't put it in the fridge, on the counter. In 2 days, the certain nationality spoiled. No, a whole week, you'll have your tomato you purchased from a nice farmer from Salisbury, right here, normal. So that's why I feel the laboratories are important in the implementation of food safety in Dominica. As I said, short and sweet, so once again, I will give my support to the implementation of this bill, and I would like to recall something the Minister of Health said again. She said sometimes it's not about moving, not quote unquote, sometimes it's about moving the bill on paper, but it's reluctant on implementation. So I hope that we are not reluctant to implement this bill. I am in support of the bill. First of all, that way. I am in support of the bill, and I commend the persons responsible for passing this bill.
Yes, Honorable Roy, you recognize, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me commend my colleague, Honorable Avil, for presenting the food safety bill, a bill I think that is long overdue. I wish, Honorable Avil, that we could have presented this bill with the animal health bill and the plant health bill, as we did last year when we attended the OEC's Assembly in St. Vincent, along with the Honorable Prime Minister. But I'm hopeful that at the next sitting, we can present the animal health bill and the plant bill, because they go together to get the true impact that you want for this particular food safety bill. Mr. Speaker, it's no news that I worked in the sector quite a bit, and food safety is not new to me. So I'm very happy being part of this team to present this bill here tonight. There's one component of the bill I really appreciate, the part that deals with traceability, recall, and the emergency system. I think that's part 3 of the bill. I think this is very transformative, Mr. Speaker. Not that it's new to us, because the older folks would know that that's what sustained and maintained the banana industry, traceability. Where in the banana industry, they could recall a box of bananas and trace it back down to a finger on what farm it was harvested. But that was all private sector led, because these industries were the one who really ran with the banana sector and contributed significantly to the GDP of our island. But it's so heartwarming to see that now the government itself is implementing a food safety bill that will protect the citizens, that will protect the farmers, and of course, maintain the reputation of our island. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the investment we are making now in the sector. The National Abattoir, $6.4 million when you add up everything. You need a robust traceability system. So the abattoir cannot go without a food safety system. So I mean to say, this bill is so timely that we are about to commission the abattoir, let's say, in the next month or two. And we are passing this bill tonight, which provides a legal framework to implement that system in the abattoir. Most time it's about standards and food safety. We've been speaking for that for decades, but it was all voluntary. There was no legal framework to actually force practitioners to implement it at the establishment. So I'm happy for that. So, Mr. Speaker, was I'm on that and I make reference to the abattoir, just to say we are 90% complete in terms of construction of a new abattoir. We'll commission by end of March, early April, God's willing. We have installed all the processing lines. We have tested, and we'll do final testing in the next few weeks so that we can receive birds from our farmers with a capacity to do 5,000 birds per day and 50 pigs. 5,000 birds per day and 50 pigs per day at the National Abattoir. Sometime this week, we will publish an expression of interest, inviting persons from the public, from the private sector, to express interest in partnering with the government to operate and manage the facility. So I just wanted to note that's where we are on this important facility, Mr. Speaker. So, in terms of safety and traceability, with this new legislation, we'll be able to identify where the chickens or the pork or the pig were grown, what farm, the feed they are given, from what producer or retailer they were purchased, and where it was manufactured. We'll be able to know the batch number, what time it was slaughtered, what day, and where it was sold. For example, if next year were to be the main distributor for the meat at the abattoir, they will have to record to who they have distributed. Is it Fresh Market? Is it Whitchurch? Is it Save a Lot? So that will help build the traceability system. So I'm so happy for that. That gives us the legal framework for us to move forward. And its critical component, Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy about the recall system. Recently, you will have seen a post on Facebook, and I mentioned not too long in the meeting with the Prime Minister. We have a lot of fake honey on the market. You know, the government have been investing heavily in the apiculture subsector. For the past year or two, we spent over $1 million supporting bee keepers directly by providing them with the bee boxes, the beehives, we bought equipment, training, etc. Because we saw the potential in the apiculture subsector. And we have a target to expand our hive by 100% by the end of this financial year. So from last year, we had about 500 and something live hives. We are building boxes. We have targeted to give the same amount by the end of this financial year. But what we are seeing is the reporting of a lot of fake honey on the shelf. The Bureau of Standards has done the analysis. We have tested. So sometimes when you buy honey, it's not really honey. So we need to be careful for that. So with this food safety bill, if there are issues with the honey, it can afford us now to call back the entire batch of honey that we deem fake. You know, so that's what I'm saying. It is so timely with all what's happening in the sector. So as we experience growth in the sector, I'm so happy that our Honorable, help me again, Senator Laurie Victor said that there is indeed growth in the agro-processing subsector. She said that. I'm happy, because many times I'm hearing people say nothing happening in agriculture. So to get from the other side, I really feel good that they're acknowledging that work is happening in the agriculture sector. And as we on our processing, Mr. Speaker, let's not forget, for the past 6 months, we spent over $3.2 million directly supporting agro-processors. So the growth we're experiencing, it did not happen overnight. It's because of a strategic investment by the government, supporting the processors directly, providing grants, buying equipment to enhance the food safety. Minister, so you see how everything linking? Stainless steel tables, commercial blenders, international graded equipment, enhancing the food safety in the operation. So we've done that. Not just the meat agriculture, but the Bureau of Standards is doing a wonderful job. So all the package and the labeling and the designs and the barcode, that comes from the Dominica Bureau of Standards, certified by them. And also Dexia themselves are doing supporting the promotion and the marketing of the processed commodity. So it was not only effort of the entrepreneurs, but it's direct support from various government entities. That's why we've experienced growth. And look, we have added on it tonight a food safety bill that will further strengthen the operations and to make them more marketable and more competitive on the marketplace, Mr. Speaker. A critical area that I'm so happy about, I wish my colleague Deefa was there, is fisheries. When it comes for food safety, in fisheries, that's very, very critical. Dominica has the potential to export fish. We did trial shipping in Canada and New York already. And we've gotten high marks because it arrived on the market almost fresh. So the fresher it is in the market, is the higher you get for the price. But for us to do that, we need to have our facilities certified. HACCP, which is Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. That's an international standard that certifies facilities to make sure your food safety is in check and you can export freely. And the item of traceability is embedded within that particular standard. So we are happy for this as well. At the Fisheries Division, we have been working already to implement HACCP at the Fisheries Complex. We'll start with Roseau as a pilot, because for us to export and to continue to export fresh fish, the excess now managing the facility would need to have the Fisheries Complex certified. So we'll start with Roseau, we'll move to Marigot and Portsmouth, and then we'll have to visit the other small facilities we have around the island, because that is very essential for us to continue tapping on our export market. But again, Mr. Speaker, we've invested so much in fisheries for the past 4 years. I'm happy for this bill because it's going to have the fishers maximize the benefits from this investment. We spent over $1 million purchasing outboard motor engines after Hurricane Maria. We provided boats. For now, almost 40 boats we have already distributed to fishers around the island. After Hurricane Maria, we rehabilitated the fisheries complex in Roseau and Marigot and Portsmouth for over $20 million. We are also now constructing fish landing sites in Stowe, Scottshead, and Saint-Sauveur. We've done facilities in Maho, Bioche, and Dubla, and we are constructing vending facilities in Fokole and Newtown. Over $4 million direct investment in the fisheries sector. But all this investment without this bill that we are debating tonight will not provide the kind of benefit that we intend to get. So I'm so happy for this, Honorable Laville. I will say good tonight, because that's an area I worked for the better part of my career. And being now a legislator, speaking on it, it makes me feel good, my brother. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Speaker, we spoke on agro-processing, and I don't want to just rush over that because that have very, very huge potential for not just the agri-sector, but for small business development on island. And this bill will again enhance the small business operators' potential in accessing markets overseas, which are now going to link directly to our international airport. And the reason I'm saying that, the more access we have, the more international clients that we bring in, the more high-end hotel chains that we bring in, the more crews that we bring in, the marina is going to bring in some high-end yachts. These people are used to international certified products. So we cannot provide them with mediocre stuff. So the food safety bill now will not just force us, but will encourage us to provide not just packaged commodities, but even fresh produce at a level that meets international standards, Mr. Speaker. So all we spin that bill is of benefit to not just consumers, but to us as a country in raising our profile of how we do things and how we present our commodities. There are some existing structures and other legal frameworks I must make mention to that support that bill directly. One, my peers will agree with me. Once we had a National Codex Committee, I'm not too sure of the status, but that's very critical because that's the committee that really advised government on standard and food safety issues. So with this bill, we may have to reintroduce that committee to make sure the bill makes sense. It's not just monitoring and policing and ensuring that you implement and enforce laws, but we have to get the proper advice from professionals as we go forward because the system itself, the food system, is evolving and we have to remain current in that. We also have the Fresh Produce Quality Control Act, which is being managed and monitored by the Bureau of Standards. That too is very, very critical because it looks at the entire value chain from farm to market. It speaks to some level of food safety, although it's more focused on the quality of the produce, but the practices on the farm links directly to the quality and the food safety because of chemical residues and other issues that you can correct right during your farming practices. So that too is one of the structures that we have to look at. The Bureau of Standards is very, very strong on fresh produce. They certify farms, ensure that what is being produced is safe for consumption. So that's one of the other acts that we have to look closely to see how we can marry them so that it can make sense. Again, Honorable spoke about investment in certain areas to make sure that that act is being implemented properly. He mentioned about laboratory services. But just to know that the National Center of Testing Excellence is fully equipped in microbe, in water quality, and chemistry analysis. So I think Ministry of Health should do a thorough analysis of the test that is being conducted at the NCT before investing in similar equipment, so that can make sense. They do a lot of good stuff up there, and they're very strong on microbiology and water quality. And I think these are the two areas that will focus in testing to ensure food safety. So, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I think that this bill is very timely, it is strategic, it is essential. So without no reservation, I lend my full support to this bill. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Joseph, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise briefly to support my minister and to give my full commendations to the Minister of Health, and I recognize the PS of Health, which probably left. But I know it takes a lot to develop these bills, these acts, and I really want to commend the Ministry of Health. It is a very timely, as my minister said, an important bill. And we're focusing heavily on food safety, but within the agro-processing sector, there's more to it than just what we eat. Our skin is the largest organ on our body, and we have a lot of products on the market that people use in their hair, they use in their food, and probably some products that you would not consider food grade, people consume them, like castor oil and other essential oils that we use. And it's very important that the processors out there are versed with what this bill entails. And if we go to section 3, subsection 1, it says that this act applies to the safety of food at all stages in the food chain, including A, the production, processing, manufacturing, or other preparation of food, the handling, sale, and distribution of food, the import, transit, and export, dispatch, transport, and any other activity relating the premises or location where the food is prepared, notwithstanding the code, the scope of legislation. And then in number 2, which the Minister of Health was mentioning about swallow sheep and bring and eat. Education, yes, yes. Number 2 says, notwithstanding the generality of subsection 1, this act does not apply to food that is produced, prepared, imported, or exported for personal consumption. However, it is also as equally important as preparing food for other people to consume or to put on the market. Because, I mean, if you go into a swallow ship after church, you're not going to tell the person, show me your food handler's permit for a macaroni pie that they prepared, because that would be kind of extreme. You go to church, you have Seventh-day Adventists just call it potluck, you know. So you're not going to ask the person to present a certification or you know. But it is just, it has to be practice for us to prepare food for consumption, because you don't want to prepare something that makes your own self sick, or your children, or your family. So it's just, it has to be a part of our daily routine. We have to ensure that our environment is clean, we wash our hands, we don't cross-contaminate, and so on. So this bill is not abstract to us. And as my minister mentioned as well, the ministry has actually been doing their part. We have been doing our part to contribute to the development of this sector. I'm not going into all of the monies that he say we're spending, because Dominicans always saying it's always in the millions first. But if it costs millions, we have to say it costs millions. So, so we've been providing equipment like steel tables, commercial blenders, grinders, and food grade equipment, irrigation systems, water storage tanks, and apiculture equipment that actually meet international standards, that we can say we're using international food grade equipment to produce whatever it is that we are producing. So the bill connects our farmers and our fishers, it connects our small processors, and it connects the young entrepreneurs who are just looking for a way to make something that they think is, that they have innovated into something that they can produce commercially. And so I want to give my commendations to this bill as we build our community of agro-enterprises, and we train the youth and other processors in food production and packaging, and we support our small processors with equipment and finances. And one thing I also want to mention is about the shopkeepers and supermarkets who turn off their fridges at night. This is a very dangerous practice, because you can put off your fridge, something goes bad, somebody purchases it, it looks good on the outside, and then the person consumes it and it causes issues for them. And sometimes there is nothing much that you can do about it when you get sick. Many of us have experienced food poisoning at supermarkets, at restaurants, at snack kits as we call them, and we just have to go to the hospital or stay home, drink whatever it is that we feel will make us feel better, and there's not really much that we can do. But as I mentioned earlier, it is not just about the legislation or going by the paper or by the books. It's about our practice. It is about, you know, ensuring that we provide food that is safe for consumption. So I want to once again support this bill and to say to all of our processors, our restaurateurs, people who prepare food on a daily basis, that this bill is not just something for us to read, it is something for us to practice on a daily basis. And once again, thank you, Minister, for your guidance, and to the Ministry of Health, thank you very much for presenting this bill to the House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I strongly commend and support this bill.
Yes, Honorable Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Food Safety Bill 2026, especially as the Minister of Trade responsible for the National Center of Testing Excellence. And I don't know, I didn't hear the chairman, maybe I was out, but also known as the Bureau of Standards, and how the important role that the Bureau of Standards plays and will play in ensuring food safety. And that's why I love the science, I love the science. Sometimes, you know, some of us, we seem to forget that it is the science. It is the science that has brought us so much comfort, but health and safety. It's all about the science. Mr. Speaker, I think over the years, we have become less resistant to bacteria, all the good germs. You know, all the good thing. I remember when I was growing up, so much mango caca eat senjo. I mean, the mango fall, you roll it, you wipe it, you eat it. You go back home, you eat midwives. You know what midwives? You go pick out a midwives, you go by the bay, you get a little seaweed. You just eat thing. You just wipe that, you eat that, you don't get sick. You don't get sick, you eat them thing. But you go Zion, you take something there, you just so that you eat that. But your body was more tolerant. Now, any little thing, we sick, you know. Our flu passing so fast. I mean, but really and truly, modernization has brought with it even the change in our bodies and the way our bodies respond to fight bacteria, to fight all this. That's right. And there's the introduction of new ones because the world is interconnected. Because that is the other problem, you know. I don't know if you realize that. I mean, sometimes I think about that. You go on a plane, you sit there. How much man that, you know, people that rub themselves on that, you come home with it, you go straight at your home. You don't leave your clothes outside. I mean, it's the interconnection, and it happens so quickly. Doesn't give the germs time to die. You bring it there, because if you go from China, you don't know what you meet. You come from the Middle East, you come from Europe, anywhere, the US. So we are more interconnected, and therefore we have to be mindful of those things. And this is why I fully support this piece of legislation. Minister, thank you very much. The Minister of Agriculture, thank you very much for your work, past and in more recent times as well. You know, so this is very important. It's very important to us. And things we took for granted before. You know, you go by Wendy, buy your bakes and bunjao for recess. You know, you don't worry about Wendy do. You just eat the thing. But now we become more conscious of those things. Charles, you are making me laugh, you know. Charles shaking his head. But that was the reality of village people. I mean, growing up, exactly. You get ice pop, you get all kind of things. You just buy frozen joys. You go somewhere, all sorts of things. You know, coconut cheese, exactly. Loga, I don't know what is that. if they're still making that. But I mean, we consume stuff. You have a little football match on the playing field, you go there, you eat what that's there. You know, you buy peanuts, all kind of thing. But more as we become, as we're moving into a more interconnected community, and with all the things that happen around us, we must be mindful of how food is prepared, handled, and consumed. And there are some things, some details I will not give. I will not give those. I could talk about those in the distant past, you know. But even in more recent times, we have the ability to test. And that is why I wanted to speak, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the work that we're doing at the Bureau of Standards. And this is why I missed the presentation of the minister. I had to receive a visiting ambassador. So I stepped out for a while. But the minister, I don't know if you mentioned under section 15.1, clause 15.1, when you talk about certified laboratories, we have the premier lab on the island. We have the facilities. And in the OECS, we have also been recognized as a premier center for testing excellence in the OECS. And that's thanks to the work of Dr. John and his protege at the time, you know, young Roland Royer, Minister of Agriculture, you know, on the days and building that institution under the chairmanship, especially of Eliud Williams, and we had Dr. Lambert assisting and Median Lara. And so we've had people and scientists who work there, and we're able to build that institution, and we have the capacity. So when you use your authority to designate, there's only but one choice. According to the Senator Edwards, it's but one choice. You have no choice but to vote yes. So we are prepared, and we have been doing the work. We have been doing the work, and sometimes voluntarily on our own initiative. Like recently, we did some testing, and the PS haven't sent me the report, but she gave me, you know, a verbal report on that, and she made me a little nervous about what I consume, because I still have, you know, my little boy days in me. I like to just eat things I like anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Standards, National Center for Testing Excellence, have been conducting a number, well, they have been certifying the GMP, Good Manufacturing Practice. We have the DOMGAP. I think that was something that was created then, where we have the general standards, especially in agriculture. So we have been trying to certify. It's difficult, it's expensive, and we have found some challenges. But we provide those services. And we're hoping that we can go back. Now that this legislation is there, we have no choice. The only thing is a very costly exercise, and that's a conversation that we need to have. Because that is why we did not get as far as we planned to, because of the cost. To farmers, for example, preparing their farms, ensuring they have washrooms, ensuring that they have facilities and so forth. And we're hoping that we can go back to that. I know there was support provided to farmers to do that. Record keeping, as was said, for traceability. We're hoping that we can provide some of those support to assist the farmers. So, for example, the apiculture, you spoke about the honey. We have done testing. We test water content, the chemical composition for heavy metals. We test the sugar content, and all of those tests that are conducted, so we can determine whether it is really honey or it is something that looks like honey. So we have done those tests, and the Bureau is simple syrup, or according to the pharmacist or the dispenser, as he was called then. So we do that. The moisture content, water insoluble solids content, electrical conductivity determination. That reminds me of when I used to teach chemistry, man. And we have a premier microbiology lab. We are, by the way, Minister of Health. The ISO 17025 that you spoke about in your legislation, we have been certified. We are now working on our ISO 9001. We're hoping that when we started the process with funding from CrossQ, they have had the initial visit, and we're looking forward to having that certification done very soon, so that we can also enjoy that level of certification and to do the work that needs to be done. We also test dry herbs and condiments. So nutritional facts. So when you, all herbs, even the international herb, all herbs, we test them and we can determine the composition, right? We have done that for some countries who have reached out to us and, free the weed. So we've been providing nutritional facts, moisture content, ash content, mineral content. I mean, we do serious science over there, you know. In Dominica happening there, you know. Serious thing, you know. We have serious capacity that sometimes we forget. And of course, even shelf life determination. We can test your product. We can tell you, how long the thing would be good for on the shelf. So all of them things. No, we can't do that for people, but we can. we have that ability. Beverage producers, tea and juice. Again, we have the capabilities. We can even test your vitamin C content. We can tell you how much vitamin, what. We can do the thing. It's serious science. We have the equipment to do those type of tests. For producers of composed flour, and we have our regular clients. They always come to test their stuff, and if you've seen the labeling, that the high quality labeling that we've done, while being done in Dominica, again, the contents, a lot of that is provided by the Bureau of Standards, and I have to thank the Bureau of Standards, to thank Ms. Joseph, who she was officer in charge for a while, and she has been there working. Mara Abraham, who left and went to Cross-Q, and some of the younger scientists, even Miss I like to call her Miss Casimir from Granby, one of the young scientists there. Very, very, brilliant people doing their work quietly in their labs, and of course, Mrs. Lander. I mean, we are fortunate to have Mrs. Lander there, and she just loves science. So she has a particular interest in doing the work that she does, and I have to thank her for continued work. And now we have a new director, Dr. Etienne, and I wish her well. I cannot speak to her work yet, but she come highly recommended with great credentials, and I look forward to seeing great things from her. So we provide testing even for coffee producers, people producing confectionaries, cocoa producers, we work with pickled meats and fish producers. So we provide a whole slew of services, testing services, but we can also look at food safety in terms of some of the things we don't want in our food. We can also test that. And we have the capabilities to do that. And like I said, we recently did some tests just on our own interest, and we're hoping that out of that we can come up with recommendations that can be made, some serious recommendations that can be made. And I just want to say that when one considers the regulations and the efforts here to protect life, that's what this is about, is health, safety, protecting lives. But it's also protecting livelihoods. Because if you have a product or produce that gets people sick, your business will cool it. Bankrupt, I think it is. I was just trying, no, I wouldn't say that for journalism, for myself, I was trying to remember what cool is. But it is in the interest of the business person as well. Because you always hear a little rumor somewhere, like the member said a while ago that some people turning their fridge off. That's all you have to just call the person name, that cool, it's either they turn it on or they go out of business, No, because there was a particular place that used to make nice bread, but that was nice, right? That was nice. Or maybe I was only young, I don't remember. And I remember just started there, grow more, and that's it, right? The thing just cool, finish. Boy, that was nice, right?
So some members don't know what they mean by global. Translate. You need to translate that word for sure.
No. If I translate that, I kill the thing. That I have no taste again.
So
I withdraw.
Okay.
I withdraw. I have no taste again. No, but the truth is sometimes it's important to name and shame repeated offenders. If we know as an agent of the state, then your responsibility is to report and to try to work with that producer, that small business owner. But if somebody is a habitual offender, I would call it, something has to give, because we have to protect lives. We cannot allow people to get sick, because when they get sick, it's hospital, they come in, And when they go to hospital, it's Pararep, they call in, And when they call Pararep, it's Scarit, we call in, And when they call Scarit, it's the FS, we call in, Or maybe somewhere else. But our money must pass. So we have also an interest in ensuring that people don't get sick. It is part of our responsibility. And if a small business owner gets offended because you try, you assist, you provide support, and they still continue to violate the law as far as food safety is concerned, then something has to give. And it cannot be people getting sick. It cannot be people getting sick. And that is just some of the hard decisions we have to make. But I will also hasten to say that the state must provide support as far as possible. And sometimes, I don't know, I have this thing, I'm not a germaphobe. Although I always carry thing in my pockets, sanitizer, since before COVID. But it is, for me, I find we have to have more facilities, and literally facilities, where people are selling, where people are congregating, so that we don't have to have all those transfer of germs and bacteria and all of those things that we don't want. We need to also bear that in mind. So while we implementing and enforcing this legislation, we also have to consider a number of things that we as the state need to provide to ensure that we can prevent unsafe food being consumed, especially street vending. We have to look at it. We have to look at it. I don't want to stop the thing. I don't want to stop the thing. I mean, even in some places I was surprised, you go and you see people selling coconut by the road. And not in the nice thing we just put it in container, they sell it the raw thing. You go to Jamaica, you go to, I was in El Salvador the other day, and I saw, so many vendors at the side of the street just selling, coconut water. So we have to bear in mind that there are certain things that we may need to do to support what is also tradition. It's part of our way of life. And that's where people making a living. So we have to consider what can we do to ensure that it is safe and wholesome for consumption. So I think it is a challenge that we may have to consider. And of course, finally, Minister of Health, you have brought to the Parliament 3 pieces of legislation, and I want to thank you for that. They're all very, very important. But there's one thing I noticed in all of them. There is going to be a pretty heavy administrative bill, a cost. Less people think I'm talking about bills, like bill in Parliament. And I remember I went to a place and I told the lady, can I have the bill, please? She told me, no, not bill, I do him now. Okay, but the point is, these things are costly. So we put in more expense on the state to be able to administer those things. And I think we need to also start considering how does the state provide for all of these services in a very effective way. And perhaps it may mean that some of the authorities granted there, and I should say as well, some functions already been performed, environmental health, for example. So how do we ensure that it's greater efficiencies between and across departments of government, that we can have those things being effected without the heavy outlay of cost? So that is also a conversation that needs to be had when we appoint the authorized officers in this case of the lab, we don't have to create a lab. We have a lab already. It's just a matter of utilizing it properly. And we have to get ways to become creative. The same one would say for the medical profession, the nurses and midwives. It seems that there's a heavy outlay, and we have to also become creative to see how we can manage all of this. And perhaps this is a time when we may have to think too of the functions, locations, and operations, and the amalgamation of services so as to reduce overhead. I'm not trying to do the FS work for her, but I just think that it is something that occurred to me when I was reading through all of these pieces of legislation. But I want to thank you and commend you, and thank the AG and the staff of Legal Affairs for the work, the parliamentary drafts people who have done quite a bit of work. I don't know why they're not changing that. They still call it draftsman. I don't know how is man that drafting when it's woman, that I know. You know, so so the legal draft. So we have to thank them for the work, and we look forward to the effect of this bill and its full implementation, especially to support all the good investments that we've made in agriculture, in agro-processing, and as we seek to create more opportunities for more people in a safe and healthy environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, so much was said tonight in this debate, I almost don't know where to start. But maybe I can say it's a good thing that I have not had dinners yet, because I think I know all what I should look for before I eat. That is for sure. But Mr. Speaker, I certainly valued the deep and profound discussions that we have had tonight. It is certainly a very important piece of legislation that has been presented to us for debate, discussion, and enactment. I wish to commend in a special way many of the vendors, the restaurateurs, the shop owners and food producers and agro-processors, who for the most part, with our limited legislation that we've had, they've done a pretty good job to thus far, and they must be commended for that. It's really out of good heart and principle that they have gotten us to this place where we continue to produce to a level where the world wants our products and our foods and our offerings, our condiments and so on. We're at that level. And that is why it is important that we intervene at this point as a government to ensure we do what is required to do the necessary and requisite holding, and provide the guidance needed through safer standards, regulations, and so on to get us there to that next step. Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that the quality of food, the standards that we abide to, and so on, will determine the extent at which we trade. And that is certainly important, because I recognize right now, just following the international news and so on, that there are some challenges between the US, for example, and the UK as it relates to trade. For example, there are 70 to 80 pesticides that are permitted in the US that are banned in the UK. And as a result of that, it poses challenges for export between the US and the UK for these particular food items where these pesticides are used. It goes even deeper as to items like chicken in certain US markets, where if it's washed with water that has chlorine, then it does not make it to the UK market. So definitely I'm painting this picture for us to understand the consequences and the effect and influence on trade in terms of our food handling. Mr. Speaker, down to items like, as it relates to health, there's certain fast food joints or producers and chains where in the US market, a large portion is twice the size of what a large portion is in the UK. Because the UK and the Euro markets are much more stringent in terms of safety and regulations, and the requirements in terms of portions and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, this is an important step as we get our products even more ready for export. If we are interested in accessing wider markets, so it's important that we are better adhered and we tethered to these important regulations and this framework. Mr. Speaker, if I ever had a doubt in my mind at any point as to the seriousness of how we govern and how we administer, Mr. Speaker, after having heard this debate today, that is gone and that should be gone completely. Because what you have heard, what you have witnessed, is a government that is serious, that is completely devoted to the management of the affairs of the people of Dominica. Because what which we inherited some 25 years ago was basically a Dominica with hope, a Dominica with tremendous potential. But it required management, it required focus, bringing people together to build systems, procedures, standards, to get people to accept this movement, that hope does not just come from just a dream. It required thinkers to come around the table and to work hard and to convert thoughts into policy and to implement and practice. And what we're witnessing today, after hearing the developments in agriculture, the increase in agro-processing, the numbers in tourism that would have been increased, our population increased by 13% in just a matter of a few days during Carnival. 10,000 people in that period. That is the type of development that is occurring. And after hearing the intervention from Honorable Dr. Henderson, the type of testing, the serious science, the depth of testing, the range and realm of research that occurs at the National Center for Testing and Excellence, I say to myself that maybe it is our humility that's preventing us from speaking louder or telling the world what we have been doing and what we're doing every day. And maybe we need to speak more to reassure the public that we're on the right path, that we're on the right course. And the bills that were presented today, this one specifically, it just ties all of that. Because we are a country, we are a government that has taken our people to the cusp, the nexus of prosperity. And these are the small but yet important elements that are required to take us there and to get us there. We have invested heavily in infrastructure in so many areas. However, we require these frameworks, these legislative reforms to get us there. And that is what we have recognized. When we say as a Labour Party government that all shall eat, we mean all shall eat. And what we really mean is that we all must prosper. All shall prosper. And that's why we believe in this hand-holding. We don't just merely let our people go to suffer. We ensure that they make that entire journey, that they toil and we toil with them to ensure that they find that prosperity. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is very important. When I think of the extent of the vending for coconut water, for example, there are many things that I'm concerned about, and many people are concerned about it. When I engage with various stakeholders, I hear things from people like, you know, do they wash the bottles before they pour the coconut water? The constant exposure of the bottles to sunlight. The label is not on there, so I can flash it, to sunlight and the UV rays, the degradation process commences with that. And here you have the introduction of microplastics from the bottles to the water. Constant consumption over a number of years possibly increases the risk of cancer and other ailments. These are the things that we have to guard our people against and safeguard our people from. And this is what this legislation is seeking to do. We've recently met the Honorable Prime Minister invited beekeepers and honey producers and a few agro-pepper producers and planters to a consultation just about 2 weeks ago, recognizing that they have common mutual challenges and also opportunities, to have that opportunity to speak to them and provide guidance and listen to them and tell them about opportunities where we can make progress together, where we are more efficient in terms of the use of state funds to the benefit of this sector. That type of interaction. That shows, Mr. Speaker, of our interest in this sector. This reform, this legislation is not an attack. When we hear, say, for example, penalties of up to 50,000, but these can be seen and ought to be seen as safeguards. Safeguards to the sector, to their livelihoods. Because it is not fair when you have honey producers who are receiving international acclaim or awards, and we may have others who would add some Aunt Jemima maple syrup to some honey and stretch it, and brown sugar and water and shake it, and then the entire brand, the Dominican brand, is tainted. This is the type of protection that we would like to provide to our people and to the sector. We're very concerned about foodborne diseases. If you were to go to A&E right now, Mr. Speaker, I can attest for last night for sure. Many people were complaining, oh, it's too slow, we waited 5 hours and so on. But when we check, Mr. Speaker, that many of the incidents up there, many people who come, they are in fact non-emergencies, or you find that whatever ailment they have could have been avoided. When we think of, and I know, Dr. Henderson gave a classic example of possible points of contamination. This is important because during festive season, when we see an increase in gastroenteritis cases, we ask ourselves, how does that happen? How does it happen? In many cases, what we find is that we're exposed to pathogens like norovirus or rotavirus, where many times we are affected or infected from the fecal-oral route. That's what happens. And these are things that are avoidable. With stricter standards, with better regulation, we are protecting public health. This is not meant to be punitive, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to assure the public that it's in their interest, it's in your interest, and we will all be better when we have implemented this. An important pillar in public health is communication, and it's important that we communicate what we are doing. It's important, therefore, that we continue to engage the various vendors, stakeholders, and so on. And this legislation speaks to the manuals that will be required under Section 13 that need to be prepared, and we need to inform and educate the public, as we implement. This truly is very important. Mr. Speaker, I would like to compliment in a very special way our Environmental Health Department, Mr. Speaker, because they have been the ones largely responsible with this task of inspecting and ensuring that our food is safe for a number of years, even with the tremendous limitations by way of the limited regulations or legislation that we've had. they've done their best, and for the most part, they've gotten the cooperation of the various stakeholders. I want to thank them. I also, in a special way, want to thank Ms. Tassie Thomas, for her extensive feedback that we would have received after the first review of the draft legislation. Where, for example, one of the things that was spotted was the introduction of new authorities, new nomenclature, and so on, where it was then decided from her feedback that we should maintain wherever possible, streamline wherever possible. And that feedback made its way all the way to the OECS, the Secretariat, to also benefit the harmonized legislation that the other countries will implement. So kudos to you for that. So I'm grateful. PS Health, grateful for your extensive work. All of you at primary healthcare, because it's not only our EHOs who are doing the work on the field, it's all of you, even the community health aides and so on, doing the work, nurses, everyone. I want to thank in a special way PS Agriculture for his tremendous work with us, Minister Roy as well, Dr. Henderson, you and your excellent team at National Center of Testing and Excellence for your collaboration and the tremendous testing facility that you have, which I believe is world class, and you're in fact right. We have been testing the herb and other products for various countries. We have been, and countries that have much higher GDPs than us. And that just tells you that we have set ourselves apart in this area for testing, and that is something that deserves high commendation from all of us. Mr. Speaker, I wish to also thank CAFA for working closely with us in terms of testing, and I know Honorable Roy would be happy for me on his behalf to thank FAO as well. And I also wish to thank Powell for the support that they've given us. Thank you, everyone. I really do appreciate your support. We are indeed on the right path.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Food Safety Act 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The bill will now be read a second time.
Food Safety Act 2026.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resume, and the question is that I do report the bill with minor amendments. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Food Safety Act 2026 passed the committee stage with minor amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Food Safety Act 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Food Safety Act 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Food Safety Act 2026.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I must confess, we had a very productive day. Because we're doing so many things in our country for economic development, but obviously we need legislation to regulate and to guide us while we go through these different measures, these activities that are meant to improve our economic situation here. And I want to extend my commendations to the presenters, Honorable Laville, who had most of the work here today, the Ministry of Health, Honorable Henderson as well. And I also want to express my deepest thanks and appreciation to our public officers, the Financial Secretary, PS Ansem, PS Paul, PS Daly, our Dr. Sentile, Ms. Ravalier, and all the public officers who were there. And all our staff from the Parliament, Mr. James, our two stenographers, so our deepest thanks and appreciation. And obviously all my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of the House, thanks for our deliberations, our participation. I think we did pretty well today. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much as well for your guidance. Most of us parley, as you'd say, as opposed to reading, which pleased you, and we shall continue on that track. And our photographers, our security personnel, I just want to thank everyone for a very productive day we had today. And Mr. Speaker, and on this note, I'd want to adjourn the House sine die.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Have been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned sine die.